Good afternoon. This is the CHamoru Land Trust Commission Board meeting of October 19, 2023, Thursday at 1:06 in the afternoon. It's taking place here at the CHamoru. Public notice was sent out on Guam Daily Post, October 12, 2023, and October 17, 2023. Government of Guam. A public notice portal, CHamoru Land Trust Facebook page, and on CHamoru Land Trust website. That's https://DLM on the CHamoru Land Trust Commission. This meeting is now called to order, and there is a quorum. I would like to start out with the Inefresi. Mr. Guerrero.
I apologize, we had a big frame up here with this before, and we normally read it for everybody to read, so I'll just read it from the electronic file. So, Gininimastakiru Inasoku, Imastakiru Ikurasomu, the Namabiru Inational, who refreshes myself to daily, the defendi Inengi, Ikutura, Ilewahi, Iairi, Ihanan Zanitano Samoru, Shakun, Directu, Inazu Stafta, Estisua, Fitma, Ilibia, the Ibanderahu, Ibanderawa, Diba,
Approval of the minutes of August 3rd, board meeting. Roll call.
Where's the roll call paper? Guy Gizo, Madam Chair, Sidapit Mamnoon.
Earl Garrido.
John Birch,
Oh, you,
going around, yeah.
sorry, Kristen Finney.
And
Joey Cruz.
Joey Cruz. Arlene Verdad, second. Correspondence.
Madam, may I make a motion to, just because of the interest in time, I know our director will be heading back to this HR.
Yes, at least for introductions.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, for everyone, I'm John Birch. I'm detailed here from, by the acting governor to be the acting administrator for the CHamoru Land Trust Commission. I'm still the director or executive director of the Guam and Central Lands Commission. And while we handle similar work in the Guam and Central Lands Commissions as they do here at CLTC, the big difference is that I mostly deal with commercial leases, and here we deal mostly with residential and agricultural leases. So the governor sees fit to give me collaborative duties here. I've been at the Guam and Central Land Commission for about over 3 years. And prior to that, I was acting director of Department of Parks and Recreation. In the 80s, I was with Guam again in the cabinet of Ricky Bordalio. I was a special assistant, deputy director of energy, and director of youth affairs. So being with the government of Guam is not new to me. I've been with the private sector for a while, and I guess you'll probably hear more about that later on. So I'm here today, and of course, I got notice I was the acting director about 5 o'clock yesterday. I was at a meeting at the governor's office. I got handed a notice that I'll be here today, and when I walked in, I introduced myself earlier to the staff, and they gave me a 3-inch binder full of material to read. And I was told yesterday that we have a public hearing at the legislature concerning the EPAL point. Some people refer to as Sapling Point, but it's really EPAL. And so I prepared to go there, not necessarily to be here for this meeting. But I'll be here for as long as possible before I ask to be excused to represent CLTC at the legislature. I prepared my testimony. I hope that you've read through it to see that it's aligned with CLTC. I believe it's, what we do at the ancestral lands and here at CLTC is pretty close, except our clientele is different. You know, we deal with ancestral owners and returning property to them and or leasing property for commercial use to build up the land bank. Here it's quite different. But it's still doing its leases, still dealing with people, and also trying to get loan guarantees so that people could build their homes. And I didn't see that we have an investment policy statement here, but I did create one for ancestral lands. Perhaps we could bring that down here so we can invest whatever funds we have to earn as much interest as possible. I'm earning on the average of 5 to 8% interest rate on any funds that ancestral lands have. I'm hoping to bring that here too. So we'll talk about those things later. So I plan to get really in depth into what the information that we have here. I see that we have a lot of people here for the loan guarantees. I see people here for the raceway track. And I also see my vice chair here who might run away with me down there to save EPAL Point. I don't want to see them take it away from CLTC because that's where we can raise money to fund the activities here, which could include the loan guarantees. You know, I've read through that part. So that's basically who I am in a nutshell. There's other issues that are coming up, and I know other people are expecting more from me in that area. But we'll move along with that. I just wish I was given at least a week or more notice rather than a couple of hours. So I'll be here for the time being. Hopefully we can get through most of the issues today. And if not, I'll expect to talk in maybe work sessions with some of the commissioners about things that I would like to work with and help out the commission. If there's any questions you have, I'm open for any discussions. If not, we can move forward on the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Director Burge. Welcome
Thank
to
you.
Chamorro Land Trust. So, approval of the minutes, the board, regular board meeting of August 30th, 2023. Any discussion? Motion to accept the minutes?
I'd like to stand by Commissioner Guerrero. I'm good.
Motion to accept the minutes?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes for the regular board meeting, August 30, 2023. I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Correspondence? Mr.
So,
Cruz, go ahead.
The correspondence section just details, for full disclosure, what correspondences were received by the commission. So the first one, we received a concern from the Department of Public Health regarding the cannabis-friendly event that was held on September 30, 2023 at Sagan Couture in Chamorro. The commission did prepare a statement, a letter, and did provide it to Mr. Ampinko, who's the president, I believe, or the director of SKC. regarding the violations of the federal and local laws regarding cannabis activities on public property. So that cannabis event, the event happened, but not the cannabis activities. The second item, we received an email on September 25th from Office of Senator Joseph Augustine regarding the Guam Country Club, Guam International Country Club. The second email we received, September 26, 2023, from Guam Waterworks regarding the potential grant opportunity, tank and waterline agate pneumatic. And then the fourth email we received on September 26, 2023 was from Mr. Joey Crisostomo regarding the progress on the license agreement.
Are there any questions on correspondence from these four? There?
Madam Chair, may I reference to number 4, correspondence B, email received on September 22, 2023 from the Office of Senator. And that's from the Guam International Country Club.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. I know we just received this today, so I'm not sure.
This is a different letter.
Okay. So if Mr. Kuzmi can expand a little on section B.
So the correspondence we received was addressed to Chairperson Bergalio, and Senator San Augustine was requesting for the position of the CHamoru Land Trust on the draft legislation. More specifically, the draft legislation, it was in regards to an act to amend the CHamoru Land Trust lease agreement with the Guam International Country Club. So current law allows for the property that GICC sits on for a municipal golf course. GICC would like to amend that usage to also include solar farm activity. So a response was prepared on behalf of the chairwoman, acting chairwoman, and we have not prepared a position statement for the board yet.
Okay, thank you.
We'll take your comments at the end.
Yeah, I was gonna ask the procedure, what's the right time, because I certainly want to comment on that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Mr. Van Shirley will make a comment later on the public comments.
It's regarding the GCS.
Yes.
Then again on Madam Chair's section 4 correspondence, E or D. Email received on September 26, 2022 from Mr. Joey Crisostomo regarding the progress on license agreement. I understand that from the last meeting we had, I believe our attorney was supposed to be meeting with their attorney, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe we can get an update from.
I did meet with them. I think we discussed this at the last meeting.
Maybe any update or?
I didn't meet with them after that, only the only the one time to hear out what their proposal was. But there hasn't been any movement after that. You know, they're proposing to license the property, and to license it while trying to, you know, work out some kind of a lease agreement. But I think that opportunity to take that path already passed when, you know, when the timeline that gave them that the right of first refusal and the, you know, the timeframe to negotiate a lease agreement, you know, that had already expired. And so, you know, my recommendation to you guys at this point would be that, you know, that you would put it out for a bid.
Go ahead, Joey. Yeah.
Director Guerrero, you have anything to say?
No, I'm reading, other areas here. This is on the solar farm. I'd like to read into it further before I can speak on it. I mean, I got this packet just a couple of hours ago.
This was actually on the raceway.
Okay, on the raceway.
Yeah.
Okay, so on that one there, yeah, food
This was
is,
a proposal
Okay.
or a preliminary.
it's a preliminary or to have a lease, a temporary lease, about 2 years or so.
Right, yeah, just temporarily.
Okay, sorry, I was reading this and not the other stuff.
It's okay.
Okay,
So I haven't, obviously, you know, Mr. Birch had just come on board, and I haven't had a chance to, you know, discuss that with him and see if there's any different direction that, you know, that he's.
well, this is one of the reasons I was detailed here, was for the raceway track. The lieutenant governor and the governor would like to see the raceway track open. We're having problems out there, and to be honest with you, full disclosure is back in the mid-'80s, when Ricky Berdali was governor, I was a cabinet member then too. We had issues with people racing their vehicles on various roads and side roads of the island. And because of that, we had a lot of accidents that occurred, and it was for the issue of public safety. So during that period, there was a group called the Drag Racing Association of Guam, which I was a member of. It's DRAG. Al Pobletti was our leader. I was the person with the governor's cabinet, and we set up the races on Marine Drive for a quarter-mile strip from the boat basing up to the old Dairy Queen or Snow White, whatever it was named, today the KFC. And we placed speed bumps and humps on various side roads on the island. Some still exist, like the bumps going up to Two Lovers Point, to discourage these races. Today we're having the same races that are occurring down by Polaris, in Malolo, going towards the Dundan area there, the dump, up north in the back streets again, around 15. So this whole thing's gonna reoccur if we don't give these people an outlet for their sport. And the thing is today is that the cars we have out there are a lot faster. We have supercars that people invested in and no place to run them. So of course, they're gonna get involved with their sport. And we like to see, even if it's temporary opening of a year or 2 years, and I was just going over this rather quickly. It's the first time I've seen this license agreement. It asked for, I believe, about a 2-year license. But based on, I looked at the procurement laws on Guam, and it requires perhaps an RFP if it is open to a nonprofit organization. I don't know how many nonprofit organizations are out there that deal with this. But I'd like to see us move forward in something like this and put it aside for further discussion and maybe a special meeting to move forward on this one particular issue. I was detailed here for various reasons, and perhaps it's because of the successes we've had at ancestral lands in getting through major hurdles. You know, they come back and bite us from decades previous. And this is one that we feel that has to be taken care of, because not only we're talking about a sport out there, but it's for the safety of people traveling our roads. We don't want to go back to the 1980s and 70s when we had people racing on the back streets and causing accidents and perhaps killing people. And that's why back then they started this movement. While I was with the drag racers on Marine Drive, putting those races on, of course, Simpson was with the off-roaders. We weren't together at all. We were separate organizations. But when Berdalio lost the election, of course, the drag racers died out. You know, I wasn't there, and Governor Berdalio wasn't around to support the sport, but it was carried through, and it was because of what went on for public safety that this thing did occur. And that's why the legislators went out of their way to designate property for it, specific property, moving it up north to where it's at today. So that's a short history, and I was a part of that history. You know, I was there when it was occurring. Of course, I never worked with Mr. Simpson or the Racing Federation. We had our own group. It was called Drag Racing Association of Guam. And the big deal we had in our church was, it's legal. We had it on Marine Drive at least once or twice a month. We closed down the whole road. Marine Port Drive. Yeah, some of you who are older enough may have remembered that, right?
Boat basin.
Yep, the boat basin heading south. And those are fun times. I enjoyed those times. I was in my 20s. A bit older today, but we still have the same problem of safety out there. So that's what it was for. It may have got carried off into another direction, but there's still people out there that have these machines out there. They're a bit more powerful than the 80s. And I hate to see them get on the back streets. They're not meant for those roads. But we do have a track up there that is available. So I'd like to go over with legal and find out what way we can work this thing through and expedite it, because, you know, it's been shut down for a while, and perhaps for good reason. I don't know what went on with the quarrying or overgrading or double grading of the property up there. But if that were the case, then of course that has to stop. But the way I look at this, it doesn't include any of that. In fact, they're proposing to provide $1,000, I believe it's monthly, or 10% of the gross. I thought I would see net, but 10% of gross is good. That means you always have something coming in. And it is a big sport. But just full disclosure is that I'm an enthusiast too. I got a bit old and not as active as I was when I was young. But I still have my cars and motorcycles, and I'm still involved. So I like to see this move forward, and of course, one of the reasons I'm detailed here is for that purpose. Other purposes too. Of course, to get the loan guarantees through, perhaps set up some kind of a policy, or like what I did with ancestral lands for investments, so that we can grow those funds. And of course, the other one is with the junk vehicles that we have out there in various CHamoru Land Trust properties. So pretty much that's my marching orders from my bosses downtown. So I'd like to see us move forward on this. But perhaps, you know, since I just received this, I haven't talked to legal about it yet. In fact, it's first time she's hearing me say this, that we set up a special meeting, and, you know, as soon as possible, and I'll get through it real quick. I'm a quick study when it comes to these things, and my record is at Ancestral Lands, is what I did there. When I arrived there, the governor sent me there, there was no Ancestral Lands. Pretty much no office, not even a chair to sit on, one employee and no board members, maybe 2 board members. So it's up and running as a full-fledged organization, and seems like we've been heavily involved with locating lands or property for the hospital or medical complex. And this is another task that I've been given now. So if the board would consider it, I would recommend setting up a special meeting for this, and invite the Raceway Federation, those people involved. And we sit down and try to get something good, and I'm seeing it as something good for the community. Not just the people up there that's running the race, and not just for the Raceway Federation, but to invite other people that are involved with this you know, as a hobby, as something they do for a living. I mean, there's all kinds of people involved. Even my children are involved. my son and even my grandchildren. I mean, they're into the off-roading vehicles and into the racing ones too. I just like to see them do it in a place that's safe and controlled. I don't want to see them take to the back roads like we had in the early 60s, 70s, and 80s. And if you remember going back to those days, there were some real significant and tragic losses in life because of what occurred. And that's why this whole thing got pushed forward during those times. Even after Ricky Berdalio lost election and then died, it continued to move forward. And that's, I believe that's why we have it up there today, and I think we should move forward and get it going again. So, commissioners?
Well, in all fairness to our acting administrator, he does need time to sit down and read through the documents. And with that being said, he also needs to analyze the legal's report or findings, which I hope she will give in writing. And I say, I would like to motion that we reschedule this portion of the correspondence to give our acting director time to read and evaluate. Second?
Yes, perhaps, because the association is here, can we maybe have a minute or two for them to speak? Because I know we have a full agenda for the loan guarantee, or we'll reschedule for a meeting between the Raceway and
Reschedule.
our attorney and our director.
That was my motion.
Okay,
Second?
so I'll second the motion, Madam Chair.
All in favor?
Okay,
Aye.
okay, so we'll
Okay.
reschedule.
Motion
Thank you.
Mr. Cruz, on the agenda.
Administrative Director.
The administrative director's report. So the first item, the public hearing on Bill 16-37. We did provide oral testimony at that public hearing. In a nutshell, our testimony, our concerns were, we wanted to ensure that the bill did not restrict the potential revenue generated to just $6 million. Our second concern was that the successful bidder should obtain performance and payment bonds for the project. Our third concern was that CLTC disagreed that CLTC should be liable for the expenses incurred by the awardee. And our next concern was that the successful bidder should be required to obtain a topographical survey at the commencement, midway, and after the project. And then our last concern was that to remove the section that reads "and to the CHamoru Homeland Fund thereafter." And that's in regards to where the money would be deposited to after up to a certain period. We wanted it to just stay within the CHamoru Land Trust Survey and Infrastructure Fund, which was created for the purposes of installing infrastructure, land registration, to specific expenditures. So that's in relation to item A. Item B, in your binder, you'll find a bill 177-37, establishing, it's an act to amend subsection 75A 112H of Chapter 75, Division 2, Title 21, Guam Code Annotated, relative to establishing the aggregate amount insured by the CHamoru Land Trust Commission for the Beneficiary Loan Guarantee Fund. So on page 2, the section 2 the information that's underlined, that's the amendment that they're proposing. And it reads, for the aggregate amount of building costs only up to 25% of the loan for each lessee or licensee. So this bill would authorize the commission to only guarantee 25% of a lessee or licensee's loan.
I have a question. Wasn't Bill 16-37 postponed, the hearing?
That was the second hearing that was gonna be held by the speaker.
That was supposed to be Monday, right?
Yes, sir. But we received information that it's being postponed. So there was a hearing held by Senator Joseph Augustine, who was the author of the bill, which was last week, I believe, or the week before,
Well, the scheduled hearing was supposed to be this past Monday.
from the speaker's office.
Yeah.
Yes. So she was holding a second public hearing on that bill, but she had postponed that public hearing.
So what is the actual status then on that bill? Do you know?
I don't know, at this time I don't know.
Still a bill.
And then the third item under the administrative director's report, in your packet, you will find a letter, a board appointment letter. The governor has submitted the packet of Mr. Jeffrey John P. Ibanez to be a board member of the Chamorro Land Trust Commission. We have not received a confirmation hearing date yet.
Madam Chair. I would like to request a clarification on this section 75A108H. I remember back when, I think about 4 meetings ago, we were starting on this loan guarantee challenges, and at that time we only had like 300,000 in the account, and then we had about maybe 6 or 7 constituents, that had loan guarantees. So I understand that during that time, when I motioned to proceed and approve the loan guarantee, our legal counsel kind of noted this part of the law on page 23, section 75A108H, where it mentioned in no event shall the aggregate amount assured by the commission exceed the ability of the Chamorro Loan Guarantee Fund to reasonably provide security for the loan authorized. It's on page 23. Yeah. Okay. Right. So my question on this one is that the,
It's not in there. I got the,
okay, so just in a nutshell, right? I understand that the loan guarantee from the Small Business Administration is way back in 2000. We did an audit here of the last 100 applicants. Out of the last 100 applicants for the Small Business Administration, about 20% went in default, about 19 went in foreclosure. And we have not claimed that loss of property and home for the Chamorro Land Trust. So my point here is that when we were researching on the amount of percentage, our challenge there at that time was that, our question was that, does the Small Business Administration want a dollar for dollar match? Or is it a percentage of 25% match with the aggregate amount? Or can we go down to 1% or 2%? So just I wanted to request from our legal counsel to kind of, because in a nutshell here, the Chamorro Land Trust doesn't have a restriction in percentage for the loan guarantee. It just said a reasonable amount. There's no percentage. And based on the audit that we did, out of that 100 homes, all of them had a loan guarantee. And I remember that at that time, we only had like 300,000 in the kitty, in the bank. So we had 300,000 in the bank, and then we had like $10.4 million in aggregate, or $10.4 million in loan. And we only had 300,000 to secure the loan. And SBA never came back and said, CHamoru Land Trust, you're supposed to be covering the loan as a collateral at least 50% or 80%. There was no percentage established with the small business. When I went through our law, 75A 108, this also was kind of vague. So I know that from the last meeting we approved to go 20% after we got 4 million from ANALO, 1 million from the legislature, and then we got appropriated about 1.6. So we have about 5.8 million in the bank, and we decided to cover 20%. But if I file a lawsuit and say, wait a minute, what if I just put 5%? Would that survive the litigation in court? My point here is that why would we want to lock up $6 million in the bank, earning, you're the banker, earning an interest of 0.01%. We're locking it up for 30 years, $6 million. Could we go back and, I'm not saying for us to change what we did last meeting, but $5 million is a lot of money that we can, what the director just mentioned here, to invest, reinvest, or leverage for more gain and profit for the CHamoru Land Trust people. So my question to the legal counsel is that, can you please help me clarify this language? And where is the percentage here? And are we required to secure the Small Business Administration loan on a 1-to-1, or 25-75, or 60-40, or 50-50? That's just my request to clarify, because
And that's kind of what you guys talked about at the last meeting when you know, when you came up with,
the 20.
right. So, I mean, it doesn't, you're right, it doesn't say any particular amount, it says what's reasonable, and so what's reasonable is gonna really depend on what your circumstances are at the
Yes.
time.
And at that time, when we had 300K, and the people were knocking on our door 4 months ago, 3 months ago, then 2 months ago, and then today, and then right now we have another storm coming. A lot of them are still living under tents, but we're here now. Fast forward, today we have like 27, 28. 27. So we have 27 constituents, and we're gonna vet them today. Here's the 27. How many files have we have ready for vetting?
12.
12, we got 12. So I thank the staff here. They worked super hard to get the 12 files. They went through the whole process in vetting each applicant. Some applicants have 230K, 100K, up to 240,000 is the maximum, Mr. Cruz,
I believe for SBA.
for SBA. And I know we have one for Guam Housing. So that being said, because time is of the essence here because Mr. Burt. So just for clarity, from our legal counsel, on the percentage, SBA doesn't require a percentage or a 1-to-1. Our Guam Housing Corporation, our Chapter 21, CHamoru Land Trust does not require also a percentage or a 1-to-1. So this bill was proffered by the good Senator Joe San Agustin. Apparently, they were monitoring our situation here since 3 months ago, and it's a blessing that they kind of come up with a formula to cover up to 25. That means we can go 0%, we can go 1%, up to 25%, based on this bill, this language.
That's a different,
Oh,
I mean, how much of the loan you guarantee is a different issue from whether or not you have enough in the bank to, you know.
I assure the,
Right.
correct, you're right.
Right. So I just wanted to point that out.
Yes, yes. So again, when we had 300K and we had 10.4 million, I know Mr. Delphin was here, you recall, and I think there was another one here. And we had a very active transaction, communication. And of course, in good faith, this is all in good faith to help our constituent. But I didn't get the vote, so, but we're here today. And we have 5.6 million, right? So, but that's it, Madam Chair, thank you so much.
I'm not worried.
Well, neither am I when we had 300,000. Neither am I when we had 300,000 and when our constituents
You know
were
why?
living under the
Because
rate.
10.4 there was a default of 18% of that. And the law that they're trying to push for 25%.
Up to,
Yes, up
yeah,
to,
could be 1,
could be one.
could be 0, could be just a no. So they have accepted the
And
no.
then SBA hasn't really called on the law.
Yes, although they had a letter to pay in full. When I checked when I audited the 20% here on this very table, the US Treasury was given the leverage to make the claim. And SBA did submit, I don't know if all the 19 had those kind of letters that they require 100% coverage. From 2002, 3, 4, 5, 6, up until last year, from Baca, Bangsamwa. Thank you, Madam Chair.
100%.
Pay. But see, out of that foreclosure, right? None of them have been evicted. Some of them are still staying in the home.
Oh, we haven't researched that.
I have
Oh.
done several. I have visited some of the homes,
And are they still there?
and some of them are still there. Some are abandoned. And my point here is to be, to be user-friendly, but at the same time to be responsible for not only to secure the loan for our constituents, but also because if we have another storm, at least the formula that we kind of computed with 5.6 mil, we can go up to, at 5%, we can go up to 112 million aggregate. 5.6 mil, we can go up to 112 million in aggregate. Because right now we have 10.4 in the books, and we have about 2.4 that are in this list, or I think we computed, I'm saying now, 4.9 now. Santa Maria, 4.9 million now. So 10.4, and that was just the building. Okay, Madam Chair.
Mr. Green? you want to comment?
Well, I'd like to make a statement. Okay, first of all, I'm cognizant of the fact that we have victims from Mawar. Okay, so I have something to say about that. First of all, I'd like to express my deepest concerns to the victims of Typhoon Mawar and commend their resilience and strength during such a challenging time. It's heartening to know about the collaborative efforts between CHamoru Land Trust Commission, the governor, and the legislature to provide support for the affected individuals. Implementation of the loan guarantee clause for typhoon relief victims by the Small Business Administration is a critical step towards assuring those who have been impacted by the typhoon. This measure will help provide financial assistance and stability to individuals and businesses struggling to recover from the aftermath. I extend my appreciation to the Land Trust, the Governor, and the Legislature for their joint efforts in improving and funding the loan guarantee. It's through such collaborative and initiatives that communities can come together and rebuild after natural disasters. Please know that my thoughts and efforts are with the displaced victim of Typhoon Mawar, and I hope that the loan guarantee and other forms of support will contribute to their recovery and help them regain hope for their future. I also understand that a lot of these victims are still displaced. And if they're not displaced, they're squatting on their lots because they're afraid of losing their property. Because theft is rampant right now. So I'm here today to push forward and approve the applications that are up to standard for the loan guarantee. Again, I appeal to the victims that they just have to be patient because we have to make some stuff come into place for us to be able to service the loans. Our 20% was decided in our last board meeting because of the prior history of defaults. Okay, although we've only been served one where we have to pay off, there are still others that are floating that we may or may not see within the next year. But I am comfortable with the 20%. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Shall we continue?
Yes.
We're
So we,
Oh,
second.
oh, and second motion. I'm sorry, I was. Our loan constituents are,
You're ready. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carries.
Okay, let's roll.
so
Let's roll.
So that's all for the administrative director's report. If there's no more. We move now to the old business, which is the loan guarantee request.
Our constituent. Who would you like to start with?
So we provided you with a new listing today. The initial listing that was published for the special meeting had some errors in terms of order. The new listing you have today, which says corrected version, October 19, 2023. We ask that we go in this order of how the lessees are named, because this is in the order of when we received the request. So on the agenda, you'll see that 1 to 6 is in the correct order, but, or 1 to 7. Or number 1 is in the correct order, number 2 should be Mr. Jonathan Simiano, number 3 should be Mr. Ted Cruz, number 4 should be Ms. Shirley Gagan, number 5 should be Mr. Philbert Flores, number 6 should be Ms. Bernice Nelson, number 7 Ms. Clarissa Tadella, number 8 Mr. Jose Canata, number 9 Ms. Jolene Limes, number 10 Ms. Joanne Cruz, number 11 Ms. Anita Cruz, and number 12 Mr. Joaquin Mangalotnia. So today we have 12, the staff had prepared 12 staff reports to present the first 12 requests. So we can start off with Mr. Gelfin, Eric Gelfin. You just sign in. Mr. Dolphin is present. So Mr. Dolphin is here today, like we had mentioned, is requesting for a loan guarantee. In addition to that, and Christian, can we also include the approval to build? In addition to the loan guarantee request, Mr. Dolphin would also like approval to build.
Is everything in correct?
We'll get to that. Based on the staff report prepared by the staff, Mr. Dolphin was issued a notice of violation from the Department of Public Works for not obtaining a backfill permit. Mr. Dolphin has two residential applications. Mr. Dolphin's application for December 29, 1995 was paid on September 12, 2017 through the approval of former Deputy Director David Camacho. And those are the only two issues that,
Yeah, well, this is the backfilling.
yes. So those are the only two issues surrounding his leases. One is that he backfilled without acquiring the proper permitting, and two, he was approved by the former deputy director to pay for his 1995 application in September 12, 2017.
And time and date?
And his time and date. Currently, we're only on December 2nd, 1995 at 8:07 a.m. Mr. Dolphin's application is December 29, 1995 at 2:20 p.m.
Can you get I defer my,
Yeah, so can I just respond, so, just,
Madam
if
Chair.
the chair will allow me just to say something first? So I did receive your email, requesting, yeah.
oh yeah,
You know, you had, sent me an email and you requested, that I provide a written opinion on these, correct?
in a nutshell, because of the amount of people that we have,
So,
so if we do have.
so I just wanted to clarify, right,
Yeah.
that only the AG can issue an AG opinion. So I just wanted to tell, because you did email me and
Right,
you
yeah.
said, can I get an opinion on this? And I just wanted to clarify, because you asked for a AG opinion, only the AG can issue an AG opinion. So I'm just an assistant
Okay.
attorney, right? So I don't have any authority to speak for, to issue a AG opinion. So I just wanted to make that very
Yeah.
clear, and so that you didn't think that I didn't respond to your email, or why didn't I give an opinion, is because I'm not authorized to do that, only the AG.
Okay, understand.
So I just want to make that clear.
Okay. But now you can make.
But yeah,
an
but
opinion
yes,
on
but
the-
I can make
the public.
recommendations, yes, and I can advise you. I just wanted to clarify that,
Okay,
because I
thank you.
don't want to,
All right, let's-
but as far as this, this particular, issue here, the outstanding notice of violation, I think is a concern, and something that I would recommend that be resolved prior to you guys guaranteeing, this loan, because you wanna, if you're gonna guarantee the loan, you wanna make sure that everything is in compliance, right? So I just, that's just my,
So we have one violation on this report, or
yeah, and it
non-compliant?
hasn't been, as far as I can see from the documentation that I've seen in the file, is not yet resolved, so, I would recommend, that you have that resolved, prior to approving the loan guarantee request.
Mr. Delphine?
Yeah, may I say something?
Sure.
The last time I was here, you should have the document here, that, that violation was administrative, and what was said on there, if you read the violation, there was, remarks there, and it said, what's my course of action?
On the time and date.
Right, did you read that, ma'am? What was I supposed to do?
Right, but.
Because you're saying I have a violation, but.
But what
did
I'm
you see
saying-
the corrective action they mentioned to put?
Yes, but what I didn't see yet was something from DPW that acknowledges that it's
Okay, so
resolved.
this is what happened since then. I gave you guys, you have a copy. I since sought their recommendation of engineering for the topographical
So-
survey, and I've been moving forward with getting the building permit. So everything's in line with DPW,
So
and
do you-
we've been getting the.
So do you have some documentation?
My contractor has it, and I can go get a copy of it and bring it to you, but you actually have the copy of that, my contract with my engineering services, which, that's what it said on the violation. It says seek engineering services.
Oh, I was asking about the number one, about the time and date. That was my question.
Oh, about the
Not
time
the
and date?
backview or
Yeah,
Oh.
because that's administrative, and it's already been taken care of.
the time and date.
So they
Yeah.
have
That's
allowed
all.
me to move forward with my business or my building permit process. So I still think you're holding that back. For me, that's a DPW item, and I can have Mr. Pete Trinidad call you and see and let you know that it's been moving forward. I've got all the clearances, fire,
Oh, no,
water,
this
to
is-
put in the water.
This is about the application date,
Mm.
right? Those are okay, it's not, it's number one.
So if everything else is in compliance, you know, I know that there's outstanding questions about the time and date, but I think in this case, there's no issue, you know, you're talking about related to that 2018 AG opinion, right? There's no, I mean, it was part of the ratified list, and there was no switching issues, and I don't think this was identified.
Yeah, and my question to that was also, when I was brought in, I asked, do you have records that I paid or did not pay?
On December,
But they didn't have any, so I paid, certainly I have to pay it.
So, sorry,
oh,
But there
if I
was no
can just,
record.
right, if I can just finish, what I'm trying to say is that there's no, like, I don't see any other issues, there's no allegations that this was, you know, part of
Yeah.
the switching, this wasn't part of the ones that were identified as needing to have, you know, some, action to terminate, or this wasn't part of any of those listings.
well, I don't have a problem with that. All I was asking is that we're still on December 2nd, number 6. This one's December 29.
So,
That, I don't have, you know, I'm just
yeah, so.
trying to get a clarification on December 29.
So what
the
what
first-
I understand, and like I said, I know that's still sort of a outstanding issue that overall that the commission is looking at, because a lot of that the leases that you have are not, you know, they're not necessarily all in line, but this isn't one of the ones that was identified as having any kind of issue with switching or jumping ahead. I think there was just more of a, I mean, I'm not sure how the commission is moving forward in processing these, but I don't see a particular issue, just with this one that isn't part of, you know, the overall, you know, issue that the commission has been dealing with on how to proceed with all of those files that are maybe not exactly in line, but, you know, I think at some point, I think that the commission had deemed that, you know, and when I say at some point, like many years ago, that the commission had deemed that, you know, everything in December of '95 was, you know, equivalent, but I don't know, but there's no particular issue with this file other than then that, that notice of violation and, you know, the backfill issue.
So, Mr. Delphin, I think what legal is saying is, did you get a document, do you have a document showing that this has been cleared up and that you're working on it now? Do you have that
Yes,
available?
you should have a copy, and last time I was here, I gave you, they have a copy of my letter.
Yeah, I don't see it in
contract.
this file that I
I'm not sure
have,
why you don't have it, sir.
but if not,
No, I have a letter from the.
remember that you're not held up if you do have that
Yeah.
document. If not, can you provide it
Sure.
before the end of this meeting? Have somebody fax it or email it over? Because that's what legal is saying, is that because of this,
I did provide a copy of that letter from the FND Santos is the.
I think we have a copy in the file.
you do?
Yeah, so.
There's something from the contractor, but
That's-
there's not something from DPW that's.
Yeah,
that
no, but
that's
I'm
what
saying
they're
that I
looking
gave it to them and then, so that's what I'm saying, it's not a, that's what I'm asking. You're saying there's a violation here at CHamoru Land Trust, but that's a DPW administrative action, so I gave them, so it's moving forward with them.
So I think, so they should see something that says that DPW has cleared that.
Yeah, and that's what
Because
I'm
otherwise
asking
there's a
from
current
this
violation.
body is, if I had a violation, what's my violation? Because DPW gave me a notice of violation.
Right.
You never gave me any document saying what I need to do. You just said somebody has said it.
Right, well, so what I'm advising the
So now I will
commission
have to go get
is,
it.
so what I'm advising the commission is, before proceeding on approving, is to make sure that,
Yeah, I
that
can go over there and get it. and
there's
get
no
the-
outstanding
I gotta get that
violations.
from there at the building permit. So I'll go and get that, probably bring it tomorrow, because if I leave here. But the letter, my contract with Mr. Efren Santos is, you should have a copy.
but you understand what
Yes.
Attorney Finney's saying? Okay. So I guess if you could get that information.
Give him a copy of this.
Because I don't think anybody here wants to see it delayed or anything, unless it's the board's decision to move forward and take your word for it. But Attorney Finney's advising to make sure that you do show proof of it.
Okay. Right here, sir. So you have a copy of the notice of violation, so you show Mr. Birch?
It's here.
I have that in the
Yeah,
file.
that's
that I-
what it just says on the bottom, on the bottom, on the recommended
it shows.
action of the violation.
Right,
So I gave that to
so-
them and they work with the
So
heaters and
then,
everything.
so
there.
then DPW should have given you something to say, okay, this is, you're cleared now, this is all that they needed, and that you're,
Right,
that you're
okay,
good to
so I'll
go.
go and get that from
Something
them.
from DPW, yeah.
Okay. So I don't know what you can do.
And I think that's probably all you're gonna need.
Okay.
Well,
You
actually,
could-
I like clarification from our attorney. I know since the conception of CHamoru Land Trust, time and date has been a factor that we have to adhere to. Is that correct?
That's under your rules, yeah.
Yes. And that's what Mr. Commissioner Herrera is asking about, time and date.
Right, and so what I'm saying is there's I know that there's an outstanding larger issue, like you said, regarding the time and date, right? And yet, from the beginning of CHamoru Land Trust, things have moved forward, you know, with different interpretations, maybe, if you wanna say, of what does time and date actually mean. So what I'm saying, I'm not trying to give you you know, any kind of definitive answer, and I know that's what you're looking for, but I'm not giving you that on this time and date right here. I'm just saying there's no particular issue with this one, like, it's not, you know, it's not out of line with what, with how you guys have processed the other applications. There's no, it's not one of these in in the list where, you know, there were those files that that the AG had said have problems that have to be, you know, that the board has to have a hearing and hear each one of them. This isn't one that's identified like that. So,
But how critical is time and date for our charter?
that's a bigger question, I think, and again, it appears that it's been resolved in different ways throughout the history of the CHamoru Land Trust. But I wouldn't recommend that you treat this particular file in a different way from other files, just, you know, just based on what I reviewed.
I see the commission has different actions that you can take. One is you could disapprove the request, the other you could approve it based on fact, or you could approve it pending the receipt of the document that Mr. Delphin says he can provide. The decision is still based on the board's decision. But those are your alternatives that I think you have before you.
But my question, I guess, nothing against you, Mr. Delphin, but CLPC in the past has committed a lot of violations on its own. And at what point do we start standing up for the right and the straight and narrow?
So,
I mean, we are a young board, okay? We haven't been here, sitting here for 3 years, 4 years, or anything like that whatsoever. We're just a little bit over a year. And I know this tenant has already put time and money into his property. But like I said, at what point do we start following our law?
so if you're going to look at the time and date, which comes out of your rules and regs, right? It's not in the, am I correct? It's not in the DCA?
Not an act, it's a rule.
I think so.
Then I would tell you that I don't think any of these files are, you know, like the next in line or whatever. I think that all of these, if you're wanting to say, let's just proceed with, you know, let's put everything aside and just process through the files based on time and date, then everything is gonna get put aside and you're gonna delay on everything while you go back.
Okay, how
And-
severe an infraction is time and date? Is this something that you could turn around and bite us on the behind a month, 2 months, a year from now?
I'm trying to think how to answer that question because there's maybe, you know, different ways that you can look at it. And so I don't, I think it just needs, you know, maybe further review. But again, if you're going to hold everything up because of time and date, then I would say that then all of this should be put aside and then at your next meeting, you should start looking at the files based on the time and date, but if that's, you know, if that's what you, I mean, that's,
No, that's not what
I guess that's within what the commission can do, but
I mean,
I think they should all be treated the same. You shouldn't treat one person, you know, say, oh, well, it's not your time and date, and then someone else that you say, you know, oh, that's okay. But I will say, regardless of the time and date, this person already has a lease.
well, that's what I'm saying. He already has a lease, he's already been occupying the property, he's made improvements to the property.
Yes.
But my question is really outside of that realm. I'm saying how critical is time and date? Because I'm looking into the future. I'm not looking at the here and now, there's a lot of misappropriated actions that was done before today. And I certainly don't want to penalize Mr. Delphin for being where he's at today. Like I said, he's put in time and money, okay? And he should not be penalized for something that was outside of his control.
So I will also point you to the 2018 ratified list. So what happened with that list, right, is basically anything that was within the commission's authority to approve that had happened prior, they approved it in that listing. So that's why I say there's more than one way to look at it, right? So one way to look at it is that decision was already made. And this was part of that ratified listing. But,
See, it's
You're-
things
you're-
like this that I tried to squeeze commitment out of you in our prior meetings is.
well, no, I mean,
Let's say, just case study type of thing. We approve Mr. Delphin, okay?
Right.
Here and now. And then 6 months later, something happens and he cannot go forward with his project.
and they say it's because of the time and date.
Whatever it is,
Right.
okay, something happens
Mhm.
and he can't move forward anymore and he might want to sue us in turn. So that's what I want to try and avoid.
So
And
as you asked me,
You have
Yes.
specified
as you
a
asked me
non-answer.
before,
You have specified to us a non-answer about
Right.
AG's position for.
and you have asked me before about hypotheticals, and I cannot give you commitments on hypotheticals because I don't know. So, I mean, we have to look at the facts that are before us.
But like I said, I don't want to stand in Mr. Delphin's way because he already has a lease, he's put money and time, and he's secured the property. But in the back of my head is that time like.
When I'm looking here, I see that you have a lease, and I see that the commission has approved the lease, and I don't see anything from my review that would say the lease itself is not a valid lease. Although I'm, acknowledging that, yes, that time and date issue is out there, and it's something that you will have to resolve, but from my recommendation, looking at this, the issue I see that needs to be resolved before you would want to, commit the money that you have in your fund to guarantee that loan would be that there's that current unresolved violation. So it would seem like that needs to come into compliance, and, other than that, unless you want to, again, put aside everything because you want to focus on that time and date.
That is why last month that I requested for, preliminary opinion memo from your office.
And that's what I told you, I cannot provide you an
I
opinion
understand.
memo.
And maybe
Oh.
up your line, up line.
Then that would have to be a formal request from the director to the
Okay, to
AG
the-
to say,
okay, got it.
I need an opinion on this, and then again, it's
Okay.
only the AG that could provide
In
that.
short, only the AG's opinion, signed by the Attorney General himself, carries the weight of law.
I see.
Right.
The AGs and others working in the AG's office, their opinions are simply their legal opinion,
Mhm.
not the AG's opinion.
Right, it's just based
There's a
on
big difference.
on my research, my review of
Right.
this, but it doesn't
So-
have,
And I did ask Alice and yourself, through the channels,
so,
officially.
and so I'm not aware that any request was made to the AG for an opinion regarding
Okay,
the
understand.
time and date, if that's what you're asking. But what I did try to do, again, based on your email, is make sure that, I came in here to review as many of these files that I could prior to the meeting, so that I could advise you on the particular files. And again, that's not, that's, you know, that's nowhere near the same as what you're requesting.
All right,
Okay.
okay, thank you, Director, so.
And Joey, can I ask, how were these people placed on the list as number one, number two? What did the staff use here?
In the order it was received.
In the order it was received? So it goes back then to, I believe then, based on what Attorney Finney is saying, is that the only thing standing in the way is this notice of violation for approval, and the board can vote on approval pending receipt of documents showing that this violation was resolved, or deny approval, or approve outright. So you have three options again.
Okay,
And I would recommend approve pending receipt of the staff receiving a notice. And that way, it is covered. It takes care of Attorney Finney's concern. And we don't have to have another board meeting on this one particular document or this one particular client here. And all you have to do, Mr. Delphin, you said you can get the document saying that this was
Yeah,
clear.
I'll get over to.
it's a DPW.
DPW have to receive it from there, approve pending receipt of the document.
I second.
Yeah.
Somebody has to make the motion.
I'd like to make a motion, because I know that the two requests from Mr. Delphin was to approval to build, right?
Right.
And the other one's the approval for the SBA loan guarantee. So,
No, it was Farm Housing Corporation. I'm the only
Yeah,
one
oh,
that
you're
has.
one
Yeah,
housing.
Yeah,
my
my
bad.
You're not under that disaster.
No, sir.
So,
That's why this is something also, I was one of those folks who asked me to go on legislature. I went, right after the meeting, I went down there to ask them if they can infuse money into the budget to put it for the loan guarantee, and that's what they did, and that's why we're all here, because they were able to put some money in there.
Okay. Yeah,
And you guys also went down there, and I thank you all for doing that.
and you've done your share too. then?
Yes, so I was there.
All right, thank you.
I paid my dues to the question to ask, just like you asked me.
Based on the recommendations of our acting director and our attorney, I move that we vote on Mr. Delphin's request for the loan guarantee and to build on the property.
Second motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Congratulations.
Okay, Mr. Delphin.
Thank you.
It's a conditional approval.
Conditional, right? Right,
It's a
conditional.
conditional approval. So you will get us that document, right, Mr. Delphin?
Yes, sir.
Okay, based on that condition.
Yes, I will.
Mr. Delphin, good luck.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well,
Sarah.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thanks, Joey.
Yeah.
Am I?
Yeah.
We didn't do
Break
too
time.
bad, did we?
You have to.
Make a motion.
Motion. 10-minute break.
Madam Chair, I request 10-minute break.
Yeah. All in favor?
Favor, aye.
I know there's one that you said,
That's stress release.
oh.
San Milano.
Mr. Jonathan here?
Mr. Jonathan is not present, ma'am.
Does he have any?
The only issue surrounding, well, Mr. Jonathan Samilano's request is for a loan guarantee, approval for clearing and grading, and approval to build. The only issue surrounding Mr. Samilano's lease award is his date and time. His original application date and time is December 4, 1995 at 12:36 p.m. Based on the staff report.
Any comments?
Property survey? Property survey, no, really?
Yes, there's a survey map.
Can make a motion, Madam Chair, to approve the applicant, Jonathan Blanc, Samiliano, for SBA loan guarantee, approval for clearing and grading, and approval to build.
I second the motion.
Any discussion? You okay? All in favor, then?
Aye.
Madam
Undecided? Motion carried. Ted, please.
Our next lessee is Mr. Ted Cruz. His request is for a loan guarantee, survey authorization, and authorization to build. The issue surrounding Mr. Ted Cruz's award is his date and time, which is December 9, 1997 at 1:41 p.m. Mr. Cruz's original application was in agriculture, but he requested to change application type. Now his application type and his lease award was based on his residential application. Also,
There's another, just to note that the lease that he has, for some reason is not recorded.
The agricultural lease?
It's a residential lease that he has, but it's not recorded. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I don't know if you, need that lease to be recorded, but.
Conditional approval.
Mr. Cruiser?
Is it conditional?
Mr. Cruz is not present.
Any comments from staff?
If the current lease is not recorded, as soon as the survey is completed, an addendum will be executed, and we can reference the lease as an exhibit, so we can record everything together.
And our staff can do that, or the applicant?
The applicant will be the one to record the document.
So also it's not surveyed, right?
Yes. So they're requesting for survey authorization also.
Also, it's not surveyed,
No,
and it's a part of that property, or, I mean,
it's a portion of,
any PUD or planned unit development, or on that? This is located in,
5402, it was formerly known as 5402 in Manila. And
on
ba-
that,
Behind GPA.
behind GPA? Also, Vega Road, that area.
Jody, you listed him as a pre-occupier.
The staff report.
How did he get to how did he get to occupy the property?
His family has been staying there. So they're one of the older families that have been there.
Under a renewed land use permit?
Yes.
And he's got a land use permit?
No, not him,
The parents?
but yes.
And the LEP was active?
The parents.
Yeah, the parents, LEP was
But
active?
he was there before the 95.
I see.
So he's considered a pre-occupied.
We have an explosive field that map in that area, it's not, because you know how they're subdivided, or if they're not subdivided, right, they're perimeter or,
Sorry, this computer doesn't have the art.
okay. That Glenn, put it up here, I mean, years. Oh, no.
Let me have it.
Well, I mean, right, Joey, I'm not sure if the house is situated based on the configuration of the subdivision, or is it closer to the,
I believe that
Or-
his residence or his, prior to the storm, if it was affected through the storm, would comply with the setback requirements because they developed a tabletop
oh,
subdivision master plan. So this was renamed, it went from the basic lot of 5402 to a tract, so they tracked it out.
okay. And there should be a map, no?
There's
Yeah.
a subdivision master plan for this area.
Here she's gonna put it up, or? Okay. Okay, so the setback is okay, Joey? I mean, you guys check or
He-
verify?
Well, he's
Coming
gonna
in as a
construct,
residential.
so, he's gonna have to get the permits and route through the proper regulatory agency.
Okay, all right. And the subdivision map is recorded and?
Yes.
Or this is
The
not
master plan is recorded.
This is not the tabletop?
It's a tabletop, it's what the surveyor would reference.
Oh, and the actuals, the markers are not on the actual property yet?
No.
That's where we run into problems, no?
Yeah. So I believe when he goes through the permitting process, he's gonna need to provide a map, so
Okay.
I guess that his first task will be to get it surveyed.
And then the home's gonna be completely demolished or relocate the home? I mean, it's gonna be
Well, we
repositioned.
have to wait until he submits his building plans.
Okay,
But I believe it's an improvement to
I see.
the non-existing roof.
okay.
It shows that he switched from agricultural to residential, is that correct?
Yes, you switch application type.
How big is the property?
It should be only a half acre lot.
Square meters.
Half an acre. Okay. And that place don't have a sewer?
No.
Okay, man, we did make the motion, right? So you're just gonna still try to put it up, or just for reference, just to make sure? Okay. Sure.
A motion to approve Ted Roy Cruz.
Madam Chair, before you guys proceed any further, only because on our spreadsheet, we have two totals. One for just the real estate repair replacement, and then the grand total that includes the cleanup and personal property and other expenses. So if you could just also include the total that, for the loan guarantee that the board is approving. Because I-
192?
For Mr. Cruz, 192, 100.
And you want us to approve both the demolition and,
No,
Oh.
just to
or to mention?
make mention of what's the total you're approving.
192,100.
That's for the real estate repair and replacement.
So it is the 192 to 100.
Yes. If that's what the board is agreeing. And we need to go back and amend your previous two approvals, just so that
To include,
there's
Okay.
consistency.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the Ted Roy Cruz's request for survey authorization, written approval of building and the SBA loan guarantee for the amount of $192,100 for real estate repair and replacement.
can I second the motion?
So. Take a vote. No discussion?
No discussion about it.
Take the vote.
Motion to approve.
Right?
Yeah, I go.
Conditional.
Yeah.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Going back to Samiliano, the amount of the guarantee, we approved. It should be $196,000 on real estate replacement.
So make a motion?
Yes,
Madam Chair,
include
to
that amount.
amend, Jonathan Blas, Samiliano, for the SBA loan guarantee up to $196,000. Approval for clearing and grading, and the approval to bid.
Second.
Clearing and grading.
Yes. To build, according to the land agents, the home is to be completely demolished.
That's why he needs a third degree.
Right, yes.
That was part of his request.
There'll be demolition and, demolition, clearing, grading, and then reconfiguration of the grading plan.
And don't forget to approval to build, if you did not mention.
Pardon me?
So Mr. Samiliano's request was for the loan guarantee, approval for clearing and grading, and approval to build.
Correct.
Which amounts to
196,000.
That's correct?
The guarantee is just for the $196,000.
Okay. Motion. Take a vote. I know you said earlier
Yes.
you wanted to amend it. So you vote
I know.
just for clarification.
Then we go back to, Mr. Delphin, right? Yes. That's to amend?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, Madam Chair, I'd like to make an amendment to the applicant, Eric John Naputi Delphin, to approve the SBA loan guarantee up to $320,000, and then to approve to build.
Now it's the one housing.
Yeah, it's a one motion.
Oh, I see.
not an SBA
Got it.
loan.
Okay. I'd like to rephrase that. Applicant, let's see request for the Guam Housing Corporation loan guarantee up to $320,000 and approval to build.
Mr. Rita, you
I
second.
second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Next we have is Shirley Pangilinan.
Ms. Gagan, are you present?
Yes, she's here. Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Right.
Go ahead.
Ms. Gagan is present. Ms. Gagan's request is for a loan guarantee. The only issue surrounding her lease award is her date and time of December 4, 1995 at 9:30 a.m. Please note that Ms. Gagan was present at the regular scheduled board meeting of September 21st, 2023, and at that time, the commissioners approved Ms. Gagan to build.
I'd like to make a motion, Madam Chair, to approve the applicant Shirley Pangilinan Gagan for the SBA loan guarantee of $193,600.
I second the motion.
Any discussion?
Ma'am?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Have you found a contractor?
I know one,
Okay,
two,
all right, okay.
but I know.
Congratulations. It's hard to
How do
find.
I get I have to write back to SBA to let them know that it's been approved.
Right, and the documents should be,
Do I wait or I just
Uh,
can leave?
they'll be
We'll
contacted.
prepare it and have Mr. Birch.
Oh,
Right on.
thank you.
Okay, have a good day.
Congratulations.
Thank you for your patience.
No, I'm just here to support.
Thank you.
I'm helping with the Samora. Okay. So they do something. Approve that. That's what games. People are being helped. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Okay, the next one is Gilbert John Flores.
Flores? Mr. Flores is not present. Mr. Flores' request is a survey authorization, written approval to build, and a loan guarantee. The only issue surrounding Mr. Flores' lease award is his application date and time of December 15, 1997 at 11:17 a.m.
There's another issue.
And also, Mr. Flores' lease is for 2 acres.
And residential?
Multiple leases. And Mr. Flores also currently has multiple leases.
And no survey yet?
No survey yet.
No, but so the issue that I see with this one is that there's more than one lease that's, that they have with him, and so, you need to.
Surrender one?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
need to resolve that.
That's right.
And, you only wanna have one lease, and I would recommend that that be resolved before you,
Okay.
before you let it go.
Table.
Both leases are one agriculture, one?
They're both agriculture leases. One is on lot 7150, and the other lease that's recorded is on 7153.
Okay, and which one does he want to build on? 7150, do we have the map?
7153 is unregistered.
Okay,
And then 7153 is unregistered. So Mr. Flores may not even be able to complete a survey because the property is
I
unregistered.
see. And that's where he wants to build? Is that where the damage fault?
That's
is?
where his lease is and where he is
And this is located,
Which one is recorded?
in G number 7153.
and this is Route 15, Route 1? Latagua? We have a map? Can-
By the water tank or Anderson Gate.
I see.
Or there. Before.
And it's unregistered?
It's unregistered.
Unsurveyed.
So Mr. Flores may not even be able to complete a survey because it's not registered.
So he has two acre lots.
Currently, he has two 2-acre leases, but he's occupying and utilizing 7153.
2 acres of.
The initial
71.
lease was never terminated.
Okay, but his lease is for agriculture,
Both leases, yes.
and has he started his farm?
Based on no. Is
And it
it-
is an agricultural lease.
Excuse me?
It is an agricultural lease.
For not more than 2 acres.
So this is Route 1, okay? This one is Latagua, freeway, and then
Three ways over here?
we go straight,
Oh, yeah, this one goes to, Chubria.
and this is Latagua,
So here, this is him?
this is.
This is Rex Fine? Oh. Those are like four structures here? So which one is the 2 acres? The one within the red line?
Yes.
And where was the first 2 acres?
7150.
And that's, where's 7150, Route 15?
It's also in Joe.
Within this area? It's okay, but he selected this one.
He's currently utilizing
2 acres.
7153.
And the limit on, is half an acre
Based on
agriculture? No agricultures.
Depends what the lease was originated.
So, I believe after December 98, the law had distinguished, based on your lease award, anything below half an acre and below is considered subsistence. Anything greater is considered commercial.
So he's a commercial farmer.
Based,
Less than,
Because he's got 2 acres.
he's supposed to be. And then years later, I believe the 3378 requires anything awarded over half an acre requires legislative approval, but his lease was awarded prior to that law, so it predates it, it's okay. But he's not complying with the activity, the required activity of
agriculture.
agriculture. And normally, prior to authorizing anybody with an agriculture lease to build, they must comply with the lease terms of farming 2/3 of the property. So,
No farming here?
based on the staff report, it doesn't make mention that he's in compliance with the 2/3 requirement yet.
So we have to.
And how long has he been in possession of the properties?
His
2000,
July 13, 2012, he recorded his lease. Prior to that, there was a survey authorization given for 7150. So, in 2012,
and Mr. Flores is not here with us today.
no.
This is 2 acres. So we need to cut it down for residential?
We should afford him at least the opportunity to correct his.
To do agri?
Mhm. But the board can also table it and we can bring him back and do further review.
And this lot is unregistered?
It's unregistered.
And all these are CHamoru land trusts?
Yes, sir.
And there's no map yet?
There's maybe a master plan.
Oh.
So how funny.
No, we, no, this doesn't, because you know, as the density increases, right? Then the issue of one neighbor going to another neighbor, and then you have a squabble between a brother and a sister, and then, do we have the map?
Squatters.
The big map, or, I mean, you know, I don't
Mr.
wanna
Lay,
hold my map.
you're very familiar.
Or the-
You have anything to say?
No, honestly, because you know, when you have two neighbors squabbling, right, I mean, it's another issue. So-
Van. Ancestral lands that I'm here
And what's the stand?
to support.
I'm not here in that capacity.
Madam Chair, may I make a motion?
Table it?
Yeah.
On the matter of Gilbert J. Flores and his request for survey authorization, written approval to build, building permit,
I
and
appreciate you thinking
SBA
of
loan
everybody.
guarantee. I move that we table this until a later date, until we resolve the issues surrounding this particular case.
I have a question, is he living on the, still living in the area, I mean, the home is livable, or?
So when they did the site inspection, he wasn't home.
The home's damaged? No. Nobody's home, vacant? You know, just,
Yeah, you see two buildings.
so he's,
Okay, when we went there to the site inspection, there was nobody home, but there were two home structures on the lot. So that's why you see two structures right there. So there is a violation of the use already. It's supposed to have only one structure.
That's right.
So at the time of the visit, nobody was home. But you can see one of the home structure was damaged, which is the roofing structure that lost their roof.
I thought he was living on the tent, maybe. No farm activity, no farm,
Zero activity.
any animals, or
Yes, so one
Barbara?
chicken.
Yeah, you know, just to, one of the people they renew.
No farming activity, because what is the requirement prior to building a dwelling is to farm at least 2/3 of the property.
Right.
So,
In 1 year.
if I can see only one mango tree there, it's not.
One third.
So maybe
not
red,
fair.
That was for 1 year,
It's
right?
just very, it's
Or else.
obvious that he's not
1 year.
compliant with the farming, if
maybe
he required.
residential, no?
It's basically.
And then also, like I said, there's
meters.
dwelling in the property.
2/3. Over
But he
5,000
never
square
had
meters,
a
gotta be.
building permit.
Right, I would say the building permit and, over. Yeah, so.
On the.
That's one of the things that I was hoping that he would come in and answer your question at.
Have you guys spoken to Mr., is he living in an apartment now temporarily, or from FEMA?
Well, one of the homes is livable, so we don't know who's staying in which one, but like I said, there's two dwellings there.
Okay.
Two single-family buildings.
Separate houses.
No, when was the last contact you had?
There was no contact, but a site inspection was conducted last week.
Or he came by
Yes.
and no phone numbers to call?
Just that he never didn't respond to our calls. Or he never answered or returned our call.
Madam Chair, I still have my motion on the table.
Sure.
Okay.
There was discussion.
Yeah, so I second the motion and then we'll make contact with them.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I'm sure when his case is represented, we'll
Yeah.
have a site inspection report to accompany the tax report.
I'm just concerned that he might be living, you know, under a temporary tent.
Next one is Bernice Tudela Nelson.
Yeah.
No, no,
Clearly, that's a,
no, no.
there's a huge giant.
Bernice
Nelson, her name
Oh.
is Bernice Nelson.
So did you check the data?
Yes, the other put
there.
her.
Here in the back.
No, no
It's in the
problem.
back side.
Thank you. Oh, no.
How far back
I'm
is
afraid I'm not gonna be sure, but I'll find out next month.
There's nothing in there saying that.
Notice of violation, the very,
Oh, one of the first one?
the very.
Hold on. I'm not here next month.
Before? Yeah.
Let me tell you before.
So this is what you got.
She can provide documentation.
Is it colors?
No,
Before?
back this down. Bernice Nelson.
Yeah, you know.
They don't do numbers different like that.
Because we found other regulations, they're seeing them on. So it contradicts this.
For my, was it this up?
Or no.
Maybe just we can show you.
Okay, because, yeah, because, the, in, March, they're gonna do this because they're really, it's my dad and my grandpa.
Let's see what happens.
You're not gonna guess.
30 years old. Just based on what they.
That's, this is, and then this after that. Here it is.
Thank you. Mr. Cruz, you wanna?
Ms. Nelson is present today. Ms. Nelson's request is for a loan guarantee and an authorization to survey. The issues surrounding Ms. Nelson's lease award, first is her application date and time of November 29, 1996 at 3:41 p.m. Also, based on the documents that we have in our records, Ms. Nelson does not qualify for the CHamoru Land Trust Commission program. But Ms. Nelson has brought some documents with her to determine, for us to determine her eligibility. Also, Ms. Nelson had changed her application type from residential to agriculture, which was approved by the former administrative director, Mr. Monty Muffness.
How big is the property?
3 acres.
Based on previous survey authorizations that was issued by the previous director, Mr. Tom Elliott, it says not more than half an acre.
But then with Garcia, I have to,
It doesn't say that they approved it.
with Garcia, they come out and,
Where's Ms. Nelson's file?
What is the lease say?
Yeah, we'll check.
Mr. Cruz, you were mentioning about the qualification criteria for
Ms. Nelson.
12-226 or 35-113. Most likely would be 12-226.
Does not qualify under the 21 GCA Chapter 75. We're basing it on the, as a native Chamorro. So because Ms. Nelson's lease was awarded prior to the 35-112, which was the settlement agreement, Ms. Nelson, based on the native Chamorro definition, does not meet the requirements, does not make her eligible, based on what we have in file. Although Ms. Nelson has provided some documents that's being reviewed.
I paid to have it severe.
Also, Ms. Nelson's lease reads, not more than 3 acres subject to surveying.
Okay.
So it can go from anywhere from half to 3.
Yeah, we'll clarify first the qualification. So generally the qualification for the 12 or familiar, no? 3 US based on the Organic Act from 1598 to 19. No?
She has a record dating back to
Yes,
before
1890.
1890.
And I got it down at the church, and then I went up to, they're gonna do with Tony Ramirez, because they're my grandfather.
Understand. So we'll make legal counsel, can you help us in this one?
I haven't reviewed those documents.
Okay, so it's in a nutshell.
If possible, based on what was just provided by Ms. Nelson, if you can table this and we can bring it back so we can allow the staff to conduct their further research.
Okay.
I believe that, if I'm not mistaken, just a few days ago, we discovered through Google, the CNMI registry. So it conflicts with what was provided by Ms. Nelson versus what the CNMI registry is reporting. So we just need to do a little bit more research prior to.
So just, go ahead.
And I'll get some more because Carmen found, like I said, found, and I went down to the church down in, and that's what they gave me, then they're gonna do a link further.
From your mother and father's
My grandfather,
birth certificate?
yes. My mother and father born on Saipan, but my grandfather and my great-grandfather's born here.
Oh,
So that's why.
I see, I see. And then your grandpa, grandma was born in?
Here.
Oh, your
Here,
great-grandma?
my father's father was born here.
Your grandfather?
And my great-grandfather's born here.
And then?
And they showed in the certificate that
And
he
then
was born here.
mom and dad was born?
Born on Saipan.
And they became US. The rule is that you become
Well, we
US from
become
the?
US here.
No, from your grandpa, grandma, no?
I become US by myself when
Understand.
19, yeah.
But that connection, go ahead. Right, yeah, the organic Act in 1950
Yeah,
is
but
the
I
one
did
that.
before organic.
Oh,
Was born before
Yeah.
her.
I was here since 1961.
I see,
I went to school.
yeah.
Yeah, so if we could just request to table this and allow us to conduct further research. We are being provided other documents, but we need to check and verify.
So we'll go here. and-
But based on what we have in file now, Ms. Nelson does not qualify for the program, but she has submitted some
Yeah,
documents.
lay down and, yeah, get the file.
Okay, based on the recommendation by Mr. Cruz, for the
Yes.
applicant Bernice Tudela Nelson, a request for SBA loan guarantee and authorization to initiate a survey. Because of some discrepancies that we're trying to work through, I would propose that we table this until a later time, pending research with our staff.
1895.
Motion,
I second the motion, Madam Chair.
all in favor, say
Aye.
aye.
Okay, next.
Check that out.
So what we'll do is just go with regular review, and then she'll call you.
1895.
Just go with your link to you.
Okay,
If whatever you provide is insufficient, she'll call you and let you know what other documents you can provide us, if it's
okay,
available.
yeah, because I'm gonna put them down in your jail.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't have hospital there, way back in Lisbon.
Yeah, you were born at home.
That's my grandfather.
It's a nice document.
Original.
Yeah, it's stapled, stamped by the church.
This Masim is
Okay, so I'm still there for a while, or what?
Sa tima rikohi todo yung dokumento. Sa tangi marikohi da maata ni natin naman panyogo si Nanambia, si Tatambiyo, dan si Nanono, dan si Tatomo, no? Siyempre determina, tangi pasalista.
Kasi si Manong sa tama pinako tayo.
Oh, ganda.
Lohang ko kung to yung gato, di ka mag-unma pinako mo.
Lohang ko mapanyogo mo.
No, sana.
Oh, so.
Lo yung great grandfather.
Rani
Yung grandfather.
Tatang Chalang Kanoa,
Yung something.
San Vicente.
Yeah.
Esa siyempre determina ni mo sidi no status ng isaw, no? Kung hindi i-actor ko na mo sidi mo.
Okay, kasi because I SB to
Yeah.
to fix my house.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Vegetable farm too, sa almond farm.
Okay. Si Sumanilyo, ilubat mo sa wang nasawa si ilay mo.
Oh yeah.
Una sa ano? Lo intatitizi ilay. Tihami. Ilay. Ba ilay na kontrabando interesi nilalataw to, no?
Yeah.
Sa napintian, na matitisi. So, reglamento ni legislatura. So,
Kasi pa natungod sa
sa mga memorial si Ilahi.
Yeah. Okay. I'm ready now.
Yes.
Okay. Bonito igualo mo.
Thank you. Ernie.
Mr. Della?
Who's
First question now is si Auntie B. Oh,
No, you guys stayed till 5 o'clock
Yeah.
or longer?
What time is it?
never mind. 24/7.
So, present we have Miss Present, we have Ms. Tadella. Ms. Tadella's request is for a loan guarantee and approval to build. The issues surrounding Ms. Tadella's lease award is her application date and time of December 2nd, 95 at 10:14 a.m. Ms. Tadella had multiple leases awarded to her, and unfortunately, I believe there's a total of 3 leases that have been awarded to her. And the first two, although she had declined the municipal award, the leases were not terminated. So that's another issue of not terminating the first two leases.
And she's on the third lease.
She's currently occupying the third lease, which is
What's the
lot
lot?
5402-R5 new -14-10 Manila.
Is that the one that's recorded?
It doesn't make mention. Recorded.
According to,
Yes.
the secret one.
Is this a half acre lot?
It should be.
I didn't even recognize your names on deck. These are all done already. We have, oh crap. It's never gonna happen. I think 15. 15 plus new business.
So that's the request of Mr. Della and the issues surrounding her lease
15
award.
minutes each.
So the two prior leases, they were agricultural or residential?
Residential. Residential because the first lease was awarded in tract 9210, which is a residential tract. The next is tract or lot 1022. I'm sorry, I'm correct. It's lot 10164.
And that's agricultural.
Yes, correct.
We have to cancel that.
We should terminate the first two.
Yes. So lot,
That's the most recent one is division and then the first one. So it's the first.
So what are you
lease,
currently
that's-
occupying into that, the 5402 dash
the one you
side
said.
new? That's 14 dash 10?
Joanna said the first.
And that's the half acre lot.
I was told by the staff though, because we talked about it before today, and they mentioned they are going to terminate the other two nine.
Oh, yeah, that's an, yeah. No problem.
Are you still occupying the property?
The years.
The roof is gone?
The land.
The roof is gone?
Yeah.
No, I'm looking at the picture.
Oh,
I
yeah.
can't tell you the roof.
They were requesting for the file.
It's tarp,
Oh.
actually.
So there's a concern with when the first lease was awarded back in 97, and then another lease was awarded. Our concern is that Ms. Tudela may have, what should have happened was from the first lease, an addendum or an amendment should have been executed so that her initial lease date award of 1997 carries forward. So we just need to confirm if the third lease, so the third lease is, her lease date starts at 2015. So between 1997 and 2015, it just resetted her lease date, which should have started from 97 forward. Instead of issuing a first lease, declining it, and not terminating it, then issuing another one with a new lease date, and then issuing another one.
So the second was 2015,
Can this be corrected administratively?
2000.
No, this has to be a board decision.
Yeah, right, if the commission approves it, so it sounds like what you probably want to do is terminate the earlier leases and then amend the current one to have the original date, right?
Lease date?
Is that-
If it's legally possible, like
So the lease date would be a start date
of
on
1997.
Oh,
But
1997.
how would it work with,
I think I was issued in 95.
97?
Oh,
the
97.
lease, yeah. So that's the concern, is the years in between.
Yeah, so 97, then the second lease was 2002. And then the third lease,
2015.
2015. So the clock starts on 2015 when it was,
Well, based on the lease now, the third lease, that's when the clock starts in 2015. But the clock should have, when it started in 97, it should have carried forward.
according to 75? Oh, I'm just checking.
97.
No, because.
No, according to the law, it's the clock starts.
Well, just because that's when the original lease was signed, but also I'm just looking through at the chronology on the report.
Yeah.
And the first lease was a residential, and then the third lease is it says it's an agriculture.
That 2015?
Is that correct?
Yeah, yeah. And then the change of application type also.
And the second, the 2000 lease was also residential?
I can't tell from this.
Okay. So I guess what we're trying to determine that when does,
The second lease was also agriculture. So that's another issue with the application, the switch of application type.
Oh, boy.
so the lease is ratified at 2015 and she stayed there at 2015. She's still there now.
Yes.
And your neighbors with the other R5114A? Yeah, no, within the other, in that, yeah. Yeah. I'm saying that because there's a new CIP for the water, right, the water sewer. Right? You're gonna have a new water sewer. Right, remember that last capital improvement project?
For in
For
the
that
Attica area?
Yeah, for 54. So you can tie into the sewer in that area. It's within 200 feet.
Yeah, it's gonna be, because the sewer is gonna run along the easement throughout Attica.
I see.
So we're Attica Elementary, right behind, and then across the street where the former tent city,
Right,
it's gonna run in that area.
and then she's on the tent city side or
That's not here, I don't know.
on the opposite end,
I keep
next to
addressing
Mount?
your issue, it's not here.
Going toward law.
Are you right behind Attica School?
We're in the same side as Attica School,
Mm,
but
okay.
but going further
So
down.
she's within the two of them.
Going toward law 15.
Next to
Yeah.
the Golden Cupid Road?
Yeah, if you're not here
Across
at the table.
Attica Street.
Okay. All right, so, yeah, so we have to decide on when does the clock start on the first, second, or third lease, right? On the- Yes,
Well, when she first signed the lease,
We
and so
have
it
to-
should have, the lease should have, the current one should have reflected that, it was.
from the first one.
The
Yeah,
initial lease.
really what should have happened is that first lease probably should have been amended to reflect,
Her lot
her
change.
current lot, but,
Um,
but
It's
instead
showing
of
2015.
yeah, a new lease
The
was
third
signed.
lease, yeah. So it's almost like
That's 15 years?
she started, her lease date started 2015 when it should have started in 97 when the initial lease was executed.
So it's supposed to be on the first lease, it was the
Based on the first
residential.
lease.
Is it still residential?
It's
No.
agriculture now.
I know, but do we want it to be residential?
Well, the
This
previous,
lot, 5402, you want that to be,
the previous
Residential?
administrator had requested her change of application type from residential to agriculture. It's up to the board how they want to proceed with this. Currently, she has an agriculture lease, but internally, the change of application type is silent in the law, so we apply the concept of the switch of application date and time is silent also. So every issue that we make mention of prior to presenting the request of the constituent, we're doing that for full disclosure to ensure and to validate that the staff has done their report thoroughly and has went through the act, the GAR, everything available legally.
Okay, so the A zone starts at 2002. I mean, the agriculture.
her application. So in 97, her first lease was for residential. In the lease awarded to her in 2002 was an agriculture lease. And the lease now is also an agriculture lease.
Joey, can this situation be fixed internally? When I say fixed, I don't mean just granted, I mean, is there something we can work with?
I don't think so, and Christian can.
When you say the situation with the multiple leases could be resolved by
Oh.
everybody, by, you know, the commission approving and everybody agreeing
And
that that's
also the
what you
zoning.
want to be done.
And also the zoning.
I believe, I'm not certain on how how the commission has approached those switching of application types, but the previous ones that you approved, there were some that had switched, so that shouldn't be an issue with this
Right,
one if
yeah,
it
the
wasn't
switch.
in the other
Yeah,
one, right?
It's not the switch, it's the, when,
It's not, I mean, it's not, I say that word switch, and I know like people like, you know, like red flag, what, switching? I'm not talking about switching places in line, I'm just saying that the application type, it was a residential application and it's a agricultural lease, but you guys were talking about what it should be, but I'm not sure that you asked the lessee.
Can't you write a lease agreement where it states whereas this happened, whereas this happened,
Yeah,
and
that,
whereas
right,
that happened?
yes, that can be, that can be fixed, but again, I don't know that you asked the lessee what, you know, if she's farming on the property or what type of,
Well, that should
lease did she
be
want?
in the lease itself, you know.
Would it make it more difficult to just, because it's an agricultural lease, would it make it more difficult to switch it to residential?
Well, your initial lease was for residential,
So,
Yeah, it was given to me,
and then you
residential.
changed it for agricultural.
Well, because according to the director back then, he just kind of like saw that my dad was in an agricultural land. He took my land and gave me whatever I was on at the time.
so
Agricultural
we,
land.
most of our property is zoned agriculture, maybe 80% of, maybe even 90-some% of CLPC's property is zoned agriculture. So even tract 9 through 10, where there's 100% residential leases, that's zoned agriculture. So the zoning is really
Yeah.
not the issue.
the issues, when do we start the clock?
Yes.
Right, but as far as residential or agriculture, it's how the property is being used, right? So that's, you know,
Yeah,
it's
if
not
you stay
zoning.
with agricultural, it says that you have to farm.
2/3.
Just how many plants do you need to plant down to be agriculture?
That can be answered by Department of Agriculture.
Yes, because there is a thing called,
Can we just go with that, residential? Is it?
Agriculture is okay, it's just, we're trying to determine when are we going to start the clock.
The lease date,
Is it
when should
15?
it start?
Yeah, because if we start back at 2002, right? We
No,
already,
97.
oh, 97 to now, that's 15 years, right? That's like one generation already. So do we want to,
But that's when the original lease was signed, so what should have happened most likely, is that when there was a change in the property, that the lease should have just, the existing lease probably should have been
Probably.
amended.
It should have
And
followed
to
with that
carry,
initial date.
right, but instead, a new lease was executed, and so,
The clock starts.
right now,
You
there's,
reset
well,
it.
it's not about that, it's that, like with the other, there was another applicant here, right, that had a lease on 2 different pieces of property, and that's what the issue is. So you want to resolve that because, you know, you're gonna, you know, like you say, well, which lot are you gonna build on? just to make it very clear that, there should only be one
That's
lease.
Yeah. So she is on lot 5402R5 new,
Yeah.
Yeah.
right? So that's where you want to view, right? So, so what do we need to do, Council?
So you would need to terminate the other leases?
Okay.
And again, if, and I'm assuming you're gonna agree to that, right? So,
Yeah.
she will probably need to come in to sign something that, where they're agreeing to terminate the other leases, and then to amend the current
Already,
lease.
okay.
We already, did it, correct?
Already
With that.
eliminated the two leases.
Oh, no.
Oh,
We discussed,
If-
I discussed it with her and
Oh, okay.
we were gonna bring it before the board.
Oh, so, okay,
So you're agreeable to that?
Yes.
to terminate the first two.
And then to amend the current one, right, to reflect,
The lease
So,
date.
Attorney, Vinnie, you work on it? and
to
then
assist you with the
bring it-
paperwork, right?
Okay,
Bring it to us.
With that being said, I propose that we table this until a later date so we can make the proper adjustments. I don't want to use the word fix anymore. Make the proper adjustments so that we can accommodate our
Amendment.
tenants.
Legal. But the adjustment is only administrative, right?
Modified.
It's paperwork.
So,
You could approve it
Right.
subject to.
Conditional.
Conditional
yeah, that's like
approval
what we
again.
did, so.
Well,
And then that way she
I
wouldn't have-
I would like to wait until
Oh, yeah,
we get
that's even better.
the green light from the CLTC staff, because they're the ones that are doing the work.
That's right.
Well, if you,
We
so
just did it.
the staff is gonna do the work that you
I don't
approve.
wanna give false hope to Ms. Cadela by saying conditional approval, because if we find another snag or something, I would prefer that we go in and clean it up and then bring her back in and
Can I
make a
say
decision.
something?
Yes, sir.
What happened was the other director in 97, since my father-in-law was staying there and the one in Stopper Road, he said, why don't you just turn in that land there in Chico and put it over there and then we're gonna survey
Yeah,
it."
but that's paperwork that we have to correct.
So when we did it, we can't survey it. So we asked to be moved, so that's how we got loose. And
No, but
then she said to get rid of it.
on the record side, it doesn't show like that, it just shows that she was issued 3 leases. So we gotta terminate the other 2 and try and incorporate the original lease to your new one.
So the one a few weeks ago that we signed on the folder was just like a step
For
further.
the habit count.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So,
So you, just to let you could
Right.
approve it subject to the
The corrections.
termination and the amendment of the lease, or you could, as you say, table it, but, I'm not sure there's any other issues, this is the only one that I'm
Well,
aware
we
of.
just
Let me
tabled the
ask-
first one. We tabled the day of in lieu of the documents from DPW.
No, you approved.
approved it.
Well, we approved it, I'm
It was
sorry.
a
Yeah, so
condition.
it wasn't tabled, so he doesn't have
Yeah.
to come back.
Right.
He just has to comply and
Get
then
the
he's
documents.
approved to go
In
forward.
our case here, it's just to fix the 2, to terminate the
Right,
first 2.
so if you table it, she's gonna have to come back,
Right.
and then you'll have to decide on it again, just so you.
So your recommendation is do conditional approval?
It's up to you guys, but
Awesome.
I don't see an issue with that.
We can prepare all with the assistance of Attorney Finley.
Yeah, to
All the
terminate
documents
the
that
first
need to
two.
correct
The 97 and the 2002.
no.
But I would recommend that be fixed, like if you're going to approve the loan guarantee, that it be subject to that being corrected.
We just need to get on record, Ms. Cadena, that you will agree to your lease term, or the lease start date of your last lease of January, hang on,
Start date is 97.
so January 23rd, 1997 instead of
2015.
August 25th, 2015. She agrees.
Okay.
So you work on it.
We'll work together.
Thank you so much.
We're already in the movie.
I just started.
Go ahead.
Just bring it.
Okay. I'd like the motion, Madam Chair, to,
Which one?
Oh, wait, hold on, I'm sorry. So, there, I guess I said I wasn't aware of any other issue, and just to see, there is, I guess, another issue of, so after 7 years, right, if they have to survey after 7 years, they're supposed to start paying taxes on the
if
property.
they surveyed the property themselves.
Right, and so, so that's the other issue is to make sure that it's, current on the taxes. So do you know, is it?
Well, I was visited already,
Okay.
and I did go to revenue and tax, so, I was visited by an inspector, so he said he'll be starting up, or I should be receiving.
Okay, so you wanna make sure then that it's subject to that also?
It's gonna, if your lease date starts in 97, you're gonna be assessed from 7 years after 97 forward. So just so you know, 2004 forward, you're gonna have to start paying real property taxes.
Do they have, so I'm not familiarized with that.
We don't know what the rate is gonna be, but once the document is finalized, executed, everybody signs and recorded, DRT will pick that up. And it'll show that your lease date changed from 2015 to 1997, so
Well, but it also shows a lease date of 1997, right?
Yeah.
So,
you're gonna be assessed from 2004 forward. So you may have some arrears in
Will be
taxes.
especially because of the current lease and the past lease, so they have to find out which lot or property will be assessed.
Because
And
there's,
make sure that-
because there's 3 lots.
Exactly. So if you go there now, you said they're probably thinking you're looking at 1997, but are they looking at 2015? So I
so they just wanna
recommend
make sure it's the property that you're actually on,
Right.
and the one that
being
you have.
assessed.
And you've been occupying that one the whole time?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll make sure it states the property description on
Right.
the end.
So the tax starts on property number 3.
Right.
And the clock
Back in
starts
97.
in
Cause that's where she's been occupying it.
97?
Starts in 97. When the clock starts, on 7 years after that, property tax being assessed.
2004 forward,
2004.
Correct.
on your the property you're on now.
How long have you been in that property?
2015.
Just 2015. I was,
8 years.
I was in another property before that,
It says here a preoccupied.
but I was in an unregistered land.
Stump of
That's
it.
the reason why I'm
But
in
you
this
you
land
have,
now.
you're gonna have to agree to accept the responsibility for the property taxes.
I don't have to agree.
I said you're going to have to agree to accept the responsibility for the property
Well,
taxes,
um,
because your time starts in 97.
2004?
It'll start,
Which
she'll start
is-
being assessing.
Which
Like
is how it,
2004.
which is how it should have been,
From the
it
first
should have
award.
been reflected like that from the beginning.
15 years?
Correct, because the original lease was signed in 1997.
So do you agree to your lease date changing to January 1997, and then the responsibility for paying the real property taxes that will be assessed on you, or your lease property from 2004 to present?
Prior to 2015, who was paying the property taxes on that land?
I'm not too sure, sir.
CLTC?
CLTC has not paid for any real property taxes for.
But it should have been the responsibility of CLTC.
But nobody else was occupying that property, right? The one, like, you didn't come there and like somebody else
No,
was
we
there?
were staying at an unregistered land in Stamperu and that, there's no property tax there.
You know, being informed
Because
about
the
it.
first, former director gave
No,
us
but I guess my
swap
question
legal
to
for
you
Deredo, and we couldn't get
is-
survey.
Are you willing to accept the responsibility for the property taxes commencing on 2004, which is that 7-year gap.
Wait a minute. Who's this? 2004.
That's from the 7 years, you know?
Yeah,
Well-
you get a 7-year discount from the beginning.
Well, when you look at it, they weren't paying taxes before, and they were occupying the land. So it's justified to say 1997 till 2015 is justified to collect.
Well, you can work that out with real estate property taxes, because they're the ones that will tell you, okay? But what I'm saying is, to help you in your quest to work on your property, your initial lease was 1997. You get a 7-year grace period on paying property taxes, so that brings you up to 2004. Are you willing to assume the responsibility from 2004 to the present?
Yes.
Even though you didn't occupy that property until 2015?
They were occupying a different property.
Yeah,
Until
they didn't get into that property until 2015.
Right. But the property they were occupying prior to that.
Was under, by our father-in-law, her dad. So he was paying the property tax.
So if you,
But we
just
can
saying.
also resolve that with revenue and tax, right? Because they should have revenue.
Right.
But we are also given
You
a
see
7-year
you
grace
see where I'm
period.
going with this?
And there's a 2002 lease.
That's the one she was occupying prior to Abigail in
Okay.
2015. So the lease that's in 2002 is for lot 10164 in Stanford Road. That's where she was occupying. That's where she was a pre-occupier. And then, because it was unregistered, she.
And so there were
she
no
was relocated.
taxes paid on that property, but it should have started from 2004.
Correct.
Okay.
On her, on the second lease.
So
that she
instead of
requested.
trying to go back and pay the property tax on the other property, and then on this one, it would just be assessed
What,
based on the current one?
yeah.
That's what
That's
they're
something
saying.
she's gonna work out with property division of urban tax, not with
Okay.
us. Just as long as she commits to being responsible,
Yes.
you know?
It's good, it's
That
only a
would
dollar.
stipulate in the lease anyway.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's only $1 a year.
Yeah.
And
That's
it's
why I'm fighting hard.
It's a $200,000 property. That's $1 a year. And that tax is only $52 a year. 52. $20 first.
We should have been able to speak.
I would like to propose
Opening discussions.
that the applicant, Clarissa
Because that's
Ignacio Pinochet Tadela, application for an SB1 guarantee and approval to build on lot 5402 R5V-14-10 in Manila. Be approved conditionally on for collaboration with CHamoru Land Trust to address the concerns that have shown up in the staff report, and she has consented to be responsible, although it's already in the lease, she will be responsible for property taxes starting from 2004 on forward.
The amount.
Oh. Thank you. The amount is $189,400 on the loan guarantee. That was a long breath.
It's
I can leave now?
I accept the motion, Madam Chair.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Good luck.
Congratulations.
Don't forget, you have a plan.
Within 1 year?
Thank you so much.
Big mangoes, okay?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Possible to table it when it's not here.
Yes, sir.
Can we table it? Yeah, it's too long. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Okay, right on. You're doing good. Yeah, and even that one, your land agent's right. Yeah, the guys are good.
Say Charlotte cannot.
Mr. Kanaka's not present today.
They're doing power outage and,
Yeah.
no real, yeah.
No money.
They have.
I reached out to the, Mr. Kanata, and he got called off on an emergency outage down in,
Okay. So, Mr. Kanata's not present today, although his request is for a loan guarantee. The issue surrounding Mr. Kanata's lease award is his application date and time of December 2nd, 1995 at 9:57 a.m. His switch or change of application type from agriculture to residential. And that's all.
Just one request, no?
Just for a loan guarantee.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the SBA loan guarantee.
Sir, excuse me. Can we just include a request for a request to build? Because eventually he's gonna have to come back.
can we do that?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. We can do that later because he didn't submit his blueprint. So just the loan guarantee. I apologize.
Right on.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve the lessee, Jose Charlotte Kinata, for SBA loan guarantee for $192,000. And with the condition to,
No need.
oh, no, okay.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No discussion. Next in line,
Miss Jolene
Joanne?
Lyons.
yes. Right?
They said done. 192,000.
Jolene Renee T. Blouse Lyons.
Ms. Lyons is not present today, although her request is for a loan guarantee and an approval to make improvements to existing structure. Approval to build. The only issue surrounding Mrs. Lyons' lease award is the application date of time of September 20, 1996 at 11:51 a.m. That's all that the staff report has made mention of. Just the date and time is the issue.
So everything else is
Based on the staff report, it's in order.
Do we have any blueprints for the improvements?
No. Nothing was submitted, so she would come back again for approval to build.
And she's asking here approval to make the blueprint.
Yes, it's right.
Julie Renee Lemus? Or,
Did she submit her blueprint? No. So we'll just for the loan guarantee request.
I'd like to make a motion, Madam Chair, for the applicant, Ms. Jolene Renee T. Blanc Lines, to be approved for SBA loan guarantee up to $183,400.
This will be approved, Commissioner.
And also the approval to make improvements to existing structure. So it's like, pending the approval.
Yes, they're listening.
She does compliance, she does.
There's no pending.
No,
No. When she's ready to build, she'll submit her blueprints and then we'll bring her back to the board for.
So we'll omit the approval to make improvements.
Yes, just for the loan guarantee.
Yes.
okay. All right, so we did.
Appreciate it.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the SBA loan guarantee for Ms. Jolene Renee T. Blanc Lines. For the SBA loan guarantee
The amount.
of $183,400.
All in favor, say aye. No discussion?
No discussion, Madam Chair.
Okay. We're up to,
Number 10.
Joanne is approved.
yeah, Joanne.
Ms. Cruz, are you present? No. Ms. Cruz is not present, although Ms. Cruz is requesting for a loan guarantee and a survey authorization. The only issue surrounding Ms. Cruz's lease award is her application date and time of December 2nd, 95 at 5:56 p.m. And
Isn't she asking to update her successor?
yes, but we did not provide the
Yeah. So we're only looking at the survey and the SBA loan
Yes.
guarantee.
yes.
R18. Simpson?
Joe?
Tatu.
The lease is also not recorded, but as soon as the survey is complete, the addendum, we can attach the original lease as a exhibit.
This is on the east side of the golf course? On the east side of the golf course? Across, right along the golf course side, or just the logo, or?
I think it's in the top side.
Right, across the golf course, the little pink house.
So that's a subdivided area, registered? I mean, because you know, that's a large sample property, right? The goals.
So next to the new house across the golf course?
In-house
Wait,
approved.
hang on.
The one with the
I just read that.
No,
There's
in-house
no need
approved
to
map.
do a survey, just an in-house approved map.
Going in before the, right before the.
We have the map? We got the map?
right across.
No, not.
I don't, we can disregard the survey authorization, there's an in-house approved map.
So how come the lease is not recorded here?
I don't know. Joe?
So, I'm sorry, but I have to verify that one because on the map, I believe that's their family. Miss Joanne Cruz is not on the in-house map, but the area is on the map.
Okay.
But her name wasn't put as part of survey,
Okay.
but that area itself
Is surveyed.
is surveyed, so I guess she just has to do a retracement.
We'll just stick with the survey authorization.
Survey.
Just in
So we
case.
just included
Yes.
and exclude the update successor?
We're not gonna address that at this point, because we didn't provide the necessary documents.
Okay.
So no successor. Just SBA?
As the loan guarantee and the survey authorization. Just in the event she has to get it surveyed. She's,
And this is December 2nd, 1995.
yeah.
Yeah. I think they're all good. Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to put on the floor the request from Joanne S. Cruz. She is requesting an SBA loan guarantee and a survey authorization for lot 10122-R18 containing quarter acre for the amount of $200,000.
Any second?
And second the motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion. Next is Anita A. Cruz.
Cruz, are you present? Ms. Cruz is not present.
Is that the same as? Is it lot number 7066?
R14.
Anita A. Cruz?
Yes.
So Ms. Cruz's request today is for a loan guarantee. The issue surrounding Mrs. Cruz's lease award is her date and time, which is December 7, 1995 at 1:27 p.m. Ms. Cruz is also part of the audit case findings in which Ms. Cruz was awarded a 2-acre agriculture lease that was not approved by the legislature. I believe it was Public Law 3378 that required anything awarded over half an acre requires the approval of the Guam legislature. What else? And then there's a switch of application type. Her original application type was residential, and she switched to agriculture. Those are the issues surrounding Mrs. Cruz's lease. So what happens is, every year when we go through an independent financial audit, the auditors select a number of samples from our lease listing. So this was selected for review, and the auditors at that time had determined that this lease award was contrary or in violation of the public law that required, I think it's 3378, that required the Guam legislature to approve any lease awards over half an acre. But although the commission had heard the concern on May 20, 2021 and retained the 2-acre lease that was initially awarded to Antonacio Cruz, which now has been transferred to Miss Anita Cruz.
This is addendum lease under unrecorded lease. What does that mean? I think we need to just
And the-
clarify that with that.
And the lease is recorded.
Addendum lease?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the.
Number
the facts
13.
here and
In your
I'm not,
notes.
I don't understand what that means.
I think that could have been incorrectly placed. It's an addendum to the lease maybe, but we'll correct the verbiage.
What that addendum has, even though.
There was no addendum. Was there, John?
Is there a requirement that this be approved by the legislature?
Well, if any leases, any agriculture leases that were awarded post the enactment of 3378, that's over half an acre, the requirement is the legislature needs to approve it.
There is no approval for this.
No.
It was approved administratively, but not
To the legislature.
And that's the commission and the legislature. Move forward to the legislature. So anything that after December 1998 should have been approved by the legislature. In this case, which in this case, the lease was awarded in 2002. So that's why the auditor found it contrary to the law.
Whose responsibility was it to take this before the legislature?
There's a process that we have to take. I don't know the process offhand, but there is a process.
Is this something that can be worked on and corrected?
I believe so, but
The resolution, right?
but it's just up to the legislature whether they approve it or not. We can,
So we still have to go through the legislature.
Resolution recommendation.
So right now, I'm currently working with Ms. Anita Cruz in reference to reduction of acreage. So I had one of our planner upstairs reconfiguring the property, and he was able to put the property to 3 parcels, the 2 acre to 3 parcels. So whereas Ms. Anita Cruz will keep 1 acre, and then there'll be 2 half acres available for leasing for other applicants. So that was my recommendation at the time, so my during the audit. is
Just
to
keep it
do a
at 5.
reduction of acreage.
because when we prepare it,
Because in a residential, you're allowed up to 1 acre leasing. That's why I recommend to keep it at 1 acre, instead of 2 acres.
but she's gonna maintain her agriculture, because there's also a switch of application type.
Yeah, that's where we have to determine whether the application goes to the original application or to the current application, where it was a switch of application type from residential to agriculture. And by hearing, pass our approval, it was
Okay.
it was okay. So, so if it's okay, we're gonna leave it at ag. Then the property will still have to go to, it couldn't be out at 1 acre, it has to go to a half acre. But if we deem it residential, then we can leave it at 1 acre. So those are something that we have to discuss further, because the board, commissioners, leave it at ag, it has to be reduced to half acre. And right now, there's a structure there and other improvements as far as farming activity, but not to the 2/3, but there, we have to try to keep it within the proximity that where they're actively farming and where the homestead's at.
Mr. Cruz, is this something that we can rectify?
We can, but
So you're asking for more time, or what is your recommendation?
we would request that we table it and allow us to conduct further research to try to find a way to resolve Mrs. Cruz's issue of the 2 acre award and the audit concern of not complying with the 3378, I believe that's the law.
What was the date of the public law 3378?
I don't know that.
No, it's December 1998.
No, it was further than that.
Or after that.
Yeah.
It's the 33rd legislature, so
33rd, when it's 2013.
But there's one part to that, where number 98, where where residential and agriculture properties are for either used for agriculture, either used for subsistence farming or commercial farming. There's a little part of that back in number 98.
Is the dwelling still livable?
Yes, yes. I'm not sure if the photos are there.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if there's a before and after.
The recent photos I took were just last week.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the tin frame house is still intact?
Yes, still intact, yes.
It's good.
On the table. On the table.
Yes.
And if I may add to, several weeks ago, I had a discussion with Ms. Cruz that we're going to bring this before the board and to discuss the possibility of reduction of acreage, only to find out this Monday, I just learned that she had hired a surveyor and they had completed a map. And I already instructed her not to look for a surveyor until this thing is resolved. But she went ahead and hired a surveyor. I know we had found out from upstairs, there was a map submitted to survey division.
For 2 acres?
For 2 acres, yeah, so, they put a stop on that. They're not gonna move forward with the approval until we resolve this issue.
What's the size per acre?
Motion to table.
5,004 per acre, 5,000 per.
40, 48, I think. 40, 48 or 40.
What, an acre?
2 acres is over 8,000 square meters.
Yeah.
1 acre is 4046.
Yeah.
4,046 square meters.
If she has 40, 45, 2 plants?
It's over half, still not.
Over and up?
Yeah.
Oh,
Motion to table.
I'd like to make a motion. On behalf of Nita A. Cruz, a request for an SBA loan guarantee, I propose that we put a hold on this until a later date because of the conditions involved in her application and until we can resolve it. And if it is to remain at 2 acres, it's going to take even longer because we need to go through a legislative process for approval.
All in favor, say aye. No discussion. Next is Joaquin
They already approved the bill, right?
Ayatno.
Mr. Manglonia, you present? Mr. Manglonia is not present. Is there an issue?
Yeah, there's an issue with this one in that so I guess, we just need to resolve because, SBA had approved his loan, right? But they also had recorded a document that said he's disqualified for future assistance because, he had a previous, SBA loan.
Oh, this is that case.
Yeah, and so actually, what had happened in this case was there was a claim that was made against the government to pay the loan. But we worked with we figured out that they had, that the claim actually wasn't valid, and so it ended up getting dismissed.
From SBA.
Right, and it wasn't from SBA, the loan had been sold to somebody else. And then that buyer of the loan had filed a complaint against the government to pay it. But it was resolved, but aside from all that, there's that document that was filed that said that he was disqualified for,
But his original loan was assumed,
yeah.
therefore he doesn't have,
No, it was resolved, and I think the whole thing had, been paid off, but there's still that. So there was a, do you have a copy of that? Do you have this, can you get this file? So you just.
There's
so
a
you
letter
can
from
can you
Macallian
show-
Banks.
You can show them, yeah, not that one, the,
Civil complaint?
Can you show them the disqualification that SBA had filed?
That credit.
under resolution.
See here, it says that the lease is not recorded, but they did record this document, it's filed at, it's recorded at land
And
management.
where's the property at? In PD? Right across the condominium or the cemetery? No?
I didn't see what you gave, the document that was filed, that's what I wanted them to see. Because it says he's disqualified for any future, assistance.
I read that.
So he failed to pay, he was in default.
That, no, well, he was, but that was resolved, but that's not the issue. The issue is this document that was filed. Is that the one that was filed?
Can I see?
The disqualification?
This was filed 98.
Yeah. But it says for any future, it says the reason that they're filing it.
So why did SBA approve this loan when? they
Right,
don't-
so maybe they're good with it now, but that document is still there, and so I just, those, that just has to be reconciled. And I'm not sure how, because it's
Like a
something
release or
that SBA would have to do, it's not something that the commission can do.
Can I see?
I'm looking at the pictures submitted. Is that SBA loan for an extension? She's got a concrete house and roof here in the picture.
Well,
It's for 400, it's almost half a million.
Here's 87,000. Okay, it's 87,000.
The original?
Yeah.
This is good. And it's good.
Concrete house.
I think it's just repairs.
There's no way they can do anything, let's just stay away.
Repairs or maybe a garage. Did
No,
you see that one?
Yeah.
There's like 11,000. That's how I say it.
Yeah, but what will the guarantees on the 80?
87.
On the tape for that. We did.
And then you go over the other.
if you want, you can table it and we can do further review. Because this is a concrete structure.
Sue for their losses.
Because if it's just for like a garage or an extension, Mr. Manglonia can go to Guam Housing, which doesn't require a loan guarantee. Just like the example of Ms. Vicky Sablan Calvo or Ms. Vicky Calvo Sablan.
That garage?
She was not given a loan guarantee for her garage,
Oh, no?
and she was awarded a loan with Guam Housing.
Okay.
So if you want, we can conduct another site inspection and further investigate. If possible, it's up to you guys.
Don't cover garage. It's gotta be a permanent structure, right? It's gotta be a permanent structure.
Yeah.
It cannot be the.
It cannot be
That's why the
timber.
banks wanna put.
Yeah. I mean, no insurance will cover the roof.
They got it.
Also, if Mr. Manglonia still has a current loan guarantee, we would advise not to issue a second loan guarantee as it defeats the purpose of being your first dwelling. So, and that's the same way we applied it to Ms. Vicky Calvo Sablan. So,
Well, I'm not sure if he has enough coverage with his original permanent structure to cover the cost of this extension or whatever it is he wants to do. But, you know, SBA is 2%, right?
So we're up to number 12, that's it?
we're at 12, but haven't decided yet on this, the status of 12.
You're gonna table it? Or are you going to?
I would like to table it. I'd like to make a motion on behalf of Joaquin T. Manglonia, his request for an SBA administrative guarantee loan that we table this until a later date, pending further investigation of the red flags that were noted by our staff in the report.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay.
Chairwoman, may I call for a 10-minute recess? You think I have to come back out?
Who said that?
Nobody.
Call for adjournment?
No, don't do that. Look at that.
Está buena.
Just table it.
There's a motion on the floor.
If he needs to go, he needs to go.
Is anyone here for the new business?
For the new business, that is just the additional loan guarantee list.
That was already approved.
That's for number A, for letter A. For letter B, constituent matters, there are some, I think, Ms. Mendoza and Ms. Rang.
Well, also, there's some public comments that, you know,
For the
we
raceway?
wanted to wait till
Yeah.
the.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, if you wanna take a break, we can.
I'm here for letter B.
But for B, constituent matters, there are a couple that are present.
B.
Right.
Well, let's hear B.
B first, okay.
Let's hear, and then we'll go to break.
Ms. Mendoza?
Oh, this is a different B.
Oh,
I'm here for correspondence B.
Ranky, I'm here on behalf of Ms. Ranky.
okay. Not yet. Ms. Mendoza.
Right. Yeah.
We will.
Ms. Mendoza. Alicia Mendoza.
She's online. Yeah, she's here. She's online.
So,
Mr. Garrido needing to use the restroom. What about you needing to use the restroom?
What do you have?
Ms. Mendoza, are you there? Can you hear us?
Her daughter is also POA, so what is
Who's that?
all the Rita, Rose, Sarita and Alicia are together.
Ms. Sarita,
Rita.
you there?
These two.
Can you hear us? It shows that they're.
Right.
She's on mute. Mute her.
She has to unmute herself.
Yeah, can you let her know? Type it.
You have audio off?
She, her, on her side.
Oh, on her side.
Yeah, on her side.
Can we text her?
You just send her a message.
Then, oh, there's the daughter.
Yeah, she's there.
Still.
She's not reading her text.
Okay, go ahead now.
Ready? So Ms. Alicia Elaine Cruz told Ms. Howdy Mendoza's request today is to transfer her lease to her daughter Rita Rose Howdy Gilbert. The issues surrounding Ms. Mendoza's lease is her application date of time of December 5th, 1996, the switch of her application type from residential to agriculture, and also her agriculture lease was not fully completed or consummated, but her residential lease is. And it wasn't ratified. So currently Ms. Mendoza has a lease has not been fully consummated. Although, can we see the file? So Ms. Mendoza's agriculture lease was not signed by Ms. Mendoza. Although she does have a residential lease that has not been terminated, nor has it been ratified, but it's been signed by all parties. So I don't know how the board would want to approach this, and maybe Kristen can.
So there's a lease.
So she was initially awarded a residential lease that she constructed a home through a loan guarantee which she paid off.
On this block and lot?
On lot 10125-R11, which was for a quarter acre. Then Ms. Mendoza.
Oh, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes.
I'm just stand by. I'm gonna check out appointment.
Just as long as you can hear us, well, we can hear you.
Yes. Can you hear?
So then later, Ms. Mendoza changed her application type from residential to agriculture, but unfortunately that agriculture lease was not signed by Ms. Mendoza or Ms. Howdy at the time.
So does she have a current lease?
Based on the transfer of application type, no. She has a lease, but it's not fully consummated.
Does she have a lease that's signed? So she does have a signed lease?
a residential, which is the
She
first
wants
lease.
to change it to an agricultural.
And that's what activated the printing and preparation of an agriculture lease.
So she's going from residential lease to agricultural?
Yes.
What
Okay,
was the
but
acreage?
she also wants to transfer it.
To her daughter. To her daughter, yes.
So she doesn't want to transfer her current lease. She wants to sign a new lease and then transfer it?
Her request is just to transfer the lease to her daughter, Rita Rose.
Is she occupying the property that's on the lease that she signed?
The 101, well, the initial lease, and they both haven't been surveyed. It still reads a portion of 10125-R11. There's an in-house map that wasn't referenced in the lease.
And she's occupying that property?
Yes.
But she wants to change to a different property
She wants to transfer her lease to her daughter.
and change to a different property?
No, that's not.
There was
She wants to
there was
give up
something
her
here, a
lease.
relocation request. That happened before?
Was this property description through the survey what is it, subdivision master plan?
She surveyed her property already, there's an in-house map. So
Yes.
the request is to ratify the lease, the residential, and relocate her to the current place that she's at right now, based on the in-house map,
Where's she at now?
the same place.
So she had an SBA loan that, it says here, that was paid in full. Where was that house?
The same
built?
place, the same house. the
Where
same-
she is right
yes,
now?
Yes.
So there's no relocation.
You're gonna request to relocate from that where her lease states, right?
10125
Yeah,
dash.
to that lot that's described on the in-house map,
Where she's actually staying?
which is the same lot, because her lease says a portion of.
Yes. So it's just an addendum to correct the property description, not a relocation.
I guess, that's.
Is there,
So there's no relocation.
is there an increase in acreage?
There is, because the initial lease was a quarter acre, there's no sewer in the area, so it won't meet EPA requirements.
That'll be 1 acre, right?
Half acre.
Yeah, half acre is the requirement.
So she's asking for an additional quarter acre?
No, based on the.
She must already have that because she constructed
A home.
a home.
She has a quarter acre.
No,
No.
she's occupying a half acre, right?
Yeah.
Her original is a quarter, but due to no sewage, land trust allowed her to survey for a half acre. So she's on a half acre currently.
So her lease needs to be amended to reflect the actual size of her lot and the correct property description.
But she's asking for additional acreage also.
No, but she
No?
already built a house. She had a SBA loan that,
It's additional because it goes from quarter to half.
Okay.
Yeah. To meet the requirements of E
That means
EPA.
septic tank.
and she paid, the loan is paid.
Can the lessee sign an unsigned lease? It was notarized by
Well, it
the,
looks like we need
I mean,
to correct
like
that lease, right?
the first, to amend it,
The
yeah,
second one.
yeah. But it's not signed though.
Right, but it needs to be, like, she can't just sign what's in there because it's not.
Not correct.
It's not right.
So could we prepare an amendment and then have her sign it and record this as an
Does she
exhibit?
still wanna
Put it in,
switch
put
from
it up for-
residential to agriculture?
Does she want to maintain her agriculture?
I don't understand why.
Well, we discussed that it's to be reverted back to residential.
So that's what she wants to do.
Her application is residential, her current lease is for residential. It just needs to have an updated description, right?
Yes.
And lot size?
it's also, the lease is not recorded. It has, yeah, an updated description and also to correct the lot size. But then also, she wants to transfer it
To her daughter.
to her
The transfer can be done through the administrative director.
Because it's 7 years.
Yes.
If
So-
the lease is ratified.
Yes.
So what the commission could consider doing is approving that, approving her to have a half acre. And again, it's, I mean, she had a SBA loan and she paid it off and she constructed a house on that lot, already. So you can approve for, you know, you could consider approving that, an amended lease.
Ratifying the original lease and then approving the increase in acreage.
But she never signed the initial lease?
The initial one is signed.
I guess there was an agriculture lease for some reason that was prepared, but not signed.
That's where the house was built. The paid off SBA home.
It's the residential and agriculture leases for the same lot where the house is on.
And she has a septic leaching field, no sewer,
Yeah, septic.
on the quarter acre,
Half.
half acre. Originally half.
The originally quarter.
So she built a home on the quarter acre.
No, she
No?
built a home on a half acre lot.
She doesn't
Which she doesn't have a.
So
But she
that's
has a
why-
survey.
that's why the commission
Self-construction.
has to do that.
Yeah, because you know the sewer water, right, Jose, so if the warm water was.
You wouldn't have gone through a permitting system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like-
Couldn't get a septic
Yeah,
test for less than
that's
half
where-
acre.
Yeah, how does she build the home that's under SBA? And SBA will require a bonded contractor, and the bonded
Obviously,
contractor shall follow the,
obviously, the commission approved that.
yeah, but you know, the regulatory agencies, right?
Yeah.
They've got that, so, and this is on lot 101.5.
Dash 11.
What's the road?
That's on.
Swamp Road.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So what you have to do is attach the original lease that was signed to this other lease to
No,
increase.
no, it's just to
No,
prepare
it's just to
an
show-
amendment.
But you gotta also revert back.
Yeah,
So you revert back from agriculture to residential, ratify her residential lease, and then approve the acreage increase and
The description.
the property description based on the in-house map.
It's in that area, right, the former land for the landers that were all quarter acres.
No, I think that's 1022.
1022.
Yeah. It's,
San Augustine side?
no,
No, the
little past
opposite.
Swamp Road on the left.
Okay, got it. Yeah, not within Swamp Road, not the former land for
Adjacent,
the landers.
adjacent to Swamp Road.
Okay, I understand. It's a lot of water pumps, that's
Yeah.
my, that's my, okay.
Conditional or?
I'm administratively. No pay. So,
Now, are we also looking at transfer to daughter?
That's her request. So you can
We
approve
can't
based.
transfer to daughter because her lease is not correct.
Based on the amendment that
But
they're
you
gonna
can-
do.
You
Yeah,
can
we have to
conditionally
amend it.
approve it.
Approve all of that.
Upon approval,
Yeah.
question on the daughter, they have to be qualified under 35112 now,
Yes.
and that's confirmed, she's,
is she, Jay?
no?
Yeah, the
Just-
staff said that they
They
did
check
that.
ancestral land.
Who
With,
qualified her?
Vice
The director?
chairman here.
Oh, so the previous director, Ms. Camacho, through the authority granted by the board, has reviewed and has determined that she's an eligible beneficiary based on the new law.
She's ineligible?
She's an eligible.
Oh, she is ineligible.
Eligible.
The original lessee,
And
Land taking.
so the original
Why
lessee
does she
also,
want to transfer to her daughter?
She's-
what's that?
the original lessee also has to be within the 35,112?
No, because
Prior, no?
yeah,
Okay, understand. Okay, thank you.
Why does she want to transfer to her daughter?
Why?
Oh,
Take your questions.
oh,
Why do you want to transfer the lease to your daughter?
Yes,
Why?
yes.
Why?
Oh, I've been having a lot of medical.
She froze.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah? Okay, great. I've been having a lot of medicals, and my daughter takes care of me when, the house, she takes care of everything for me, so I'm heading home in about 30 minutes, but I just came out of my appointments and I'm only just, my daughter's with me, and I did get married in the past, with the Mendoza, that changed my name, and my daughter, I come, I lived at my house for so long, so she's always been there with me, my daughter, so I pick her to transfer and take care of everything.
You want to transfer, or you want her to be named as your beneficiary?
Transfer. She's well and strong.
Just
Transfer to her to
avoiding
take
probate.
care of everything.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's just
I think
avoiding
that's,
probate.
yeah, avoiding
Yeah.
probate.
That's probably why she's doing
oh,
it.
Yeah.
Avoiding probate transfer rather
Yeah.
versus her
But,
husband.
yeah,
okay.
yeah, that's
My
true.
guess.
Is that within our realm?
It's better.
to transfer the lease, you can, because she held it over 7 years, so you guys are.
Oh, 7 years.
But with the probate, no, right?
No, never mind.
No, she'd be avoiding it that way.
Yeah,
If you
bypassing
transfer the
it that way,
title now,
you
there
don't have
won't
to
be
go
a
to court.
probate.
Getting her matters settled now.
That's
Just
better,
Getting ready.
that's better, it's better. The less burden.
Yeah. You're the husband.
Go ahead, state your.
But just
On
remember,
behalf
you,
of
you need to
Alicia-
ratify the first lease.
Yeah, you need to ratify the first lease, and then
Uh,
amend the second.
I recommend that, first of all, we amend the current acreage and the original lease, and that we allow for the transfer of the lease to the daughter, Rita Gilbert.
Sufficient. You need to ratify the.
Initial lease.
First lease first, and then you go into amending the area size.
Okay.
From
I
residential
forgot
to
about the
agricultural.
Oh, and you have to switch back first, so switch back first.
Why do they have to switch?
Because she wanted to change from agriculture to residential.
But how did she build that house when it was agricultural?
Understood,
Yeah,
but it'll
never
still
mind.
have a flow line.
You can
It's
build
okay,
a
no,
house
Just get it done.
You can build on agricultural?
Yeah.
Okay, there you
You can build
go.
a
That's all it
duplex.
was.
To clarify
Okay.
that it's for residential.
Okay,
But she didn't meet the size requirement.
Right.
so they don't
I
have
know how
to.
that was done, but that's a whole different story.
They could clarify that it's for,
Self-construction.
continue to be residential.
So switch back first, no? Just switch back.
Do we need to actually say switch back, or we'll just
You can
amend the terms and condition of the original lease?
Right.
Ratify the first lease.
Yeah, first.
So number,
That's fine,
Yeah?
Move to ratify.
You want the word ratified?
Yeah.
have to.
Okay, let's amend, I
Move to
propose we
ratify.
amend the original conditions of the lease with ratification and approve the transfer of the lease to her daughter, Rita Gilbert.
A residential lease, just do
Is it a residential or agricultural?
residential.
Okay. Lot 10125-R11, a residential lot in Baylor.
okay.
Okay.
But Somebody second the motion. I did, yeah.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Father denies it.
That's second.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're good.
That's a
Yes.
complicated area.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
It's a work in
Thank
progress.
you.
It's work in progress.
Thank you for the tech for
Is that clear on the,
Thank you, everyone.
If you guys know what to do now.
you have to work it in
We're gonna read
detail.
between the lines.
Based on the recordings. Based on the recordings. When they're saying something. Based on the recordings.
Okay.
Bye.
Mr. Dolphin's finished. We can move to Miss Bernie Ranky. I believe Miss Ranky is
Can I
representing.
just say something? Eric Nauta Delphin, what was it?
Yes.
From Public Works.
So it was already approved though anyways, right?
Yeah, I know.
Just put it on file, I guess.
We have a copy.
So now Bernie Rankin. Is she here?
I'm her daughter.
Does she have authorization to?
She does.
So, sitting in for Miss Ranky, Miss Bernie Ranky is her daughter Janelle Cruz. That one says she's not able to work.
Oh, I have another one. I believe it doesn't say she's not able to.
But it's like to her employer. But it's to her
Oh, for
employer.
her retirement, yeah. But it just states her.
It's just the letter how it's written,
Diagnosis.
but it's okay.
That's what I know.
Just showing her illness.
Okay. So today Miss Ranky is requesting to transfer, where's the qualifications for her?
So the hours already approved it.
Okay, so then we don't need to qualify her, right?
It's fast to just do it.
Okay.
Yes, that's the
Okay. So today Ms. Ranky's request is to transfer her residential lease to her daughter Janelle Cruz. Pursuant to 18 GAR, wait. The issue surrounding Ms. Ranky's lease is her application date and time, December 2nd, 1995 at 1:55 p.m. That's all that's listed that's on the staff report. Ms. Ranky has not held the lease for 7 years. Pursuant to 18 GAR, Chapter 6A, subsection 6A 128, requests for transfers will be considered for approval only if the lessee has held such lease for a period of at least 7 years, unless the commission, in its considered opinion, finds that emergency exists that makes the transfer imperative. Ms. Ranky has provided a doctor's verification that she is ill, and based on that, she's requesting that the commission consider and approve her residential lease transfer to her daughter Janelle Cruz. And also, I forgot to mention, the previous director, Miss Alice Tyrone, has already qualified Miss Janelle Cruz as a eligible beneficiary for the program.
Confirm.
Because she's the daughter, yes.
No, but she qualified under 35-112, so
That's 112.
different
Right on.
qualifications.
Yeah. 35112.
That's what makes it. It's a new-
How many years have the lease been? in effect?
6 years? 6 years.
So she had 1 year.
Yes.
And you said Alice qualified her?
Miss Janelle has qualified her as an
Based
eligible
on-
beneficiary.
Right.
Emergency
To be
request.
the heir.
No, to
Emergency
determine her
request.
eligibility status
Oh,
for the program.
okay. So that's still a year missing.
Yes, but based on the guard, the board can
Yeah,
consider the emergency, the transfer based on emergency.
the emergency request.
Is your mom still an island?
She will be leaving
Soon. She's just waiting on retirement to officially retire. It's, they require 2 more, I think she needs to be cleared by 2 more doctors before she can medically retire.
Your recommendations, Mr. Cruz?
Based on the information provided and it's within the board's authority. We see nothing wrong with it.
And legal?
I don't see any issues.
Yeah.
It looks like there's a situation that justifies the consideration of the request.
Any further discussions, questions?
Motion.
Give your mom our regards.
Appreciate that.
Motion.
No, yeah, it's, it's medical condition.
Yeah.
Okay, go for it. I'd like to make a motion,
There
Madam
you
Chair.
go. There you go.
For the request for,
Based on the
the
request.
transfer the residential to Janelle Lee and Cruz. On lot description, lot 25, block 11, tract 10316, Bellevue containing an area of 2,051 square meters.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, all right. We wish you well with your mom.
The break,
Yeah, that's good, very good. Take care of the land.
make a motion for the break.
Está motion to adjourn. No, motion to adjourn. You gotta go in here till 5 o'clock.
10 minutes?
Gotta go.
Okay.
We're not here to stay. 5 minutes.
Miss Finney, if that's ancestral, we're out of here, right?
Manami, we don't stay that long.
No, but you do ancestrals also?
Yeah. No, you used to,
I
right?
did.
But who has it now?
Nobody. You don't have anyone assigned to you right now, that I know of.
Oh, really?
That's.
But she's got some background though with us.
I'm gonna be at your worker meeting,
The work sessions.
yeah, tomorrow.
What's, yeah, because I missed the last meeting. I wasn't at the last meeting, so what was the work session? Northern Marketing.
And there's one more.
And the land. Oh, the AT&T, yeah.
And I'm gonna be testing for that, but, and there's another matter I'm assisting with, but I'm not officially.
Yeah, so you wait for the Attorney General, right? To do assignments?
If he tells me to be there, I'll be there, but if he doesn't tell me, I'm not assigned.
But what, does he keep track of those? Is he pretty? Yeah, he's make sure. Because he's in hot water. That guy's been stepping on a lot of feet, man.
I don't know,
You just do your job.
I just try and just.
Yeah, just stay in line now.
session. We're going back to correspondence number 4. Mr. Van Shelley has comments to make.
Maybe the
Under
comments.
public comments.
Mr. Shelley, please sign in. So don't do it yet.
Thank you very much. Hi, thank you all for staying longer than 5 o'clock to hear everyone. Yes, my name is Van Shelley. I'm the president and CEO of Nissan Motor Corp Guam, but I'm not here representing Nissan today. I'm here as just a business member in the community. And I'm here because I believe the envelope that you received from Senator St. Augustine's office is a proposal, bill number 179-37, which I only learned from Senator Augustine yesterday, to convert the Guam International Country Club Golf Course into a solar farm. And I'm here to ask you to reject that bill. I see that GICC is here, so I'm unafraid to say in their presence that they have not maintained this golf course. As far as I know, they have 2 functional lawnmowers working, and it's the reason why they don't have the revenue to pay the rent. I understand that they are in severe arrears with their contract with the Tomorrowland, of course, to pay rent. Myself, along with a number of other members in the business community, would like the opportunity to invest in this golf course and keep it functional for the people of Guam. For those of you that don't know my history, I was one of the founders of the Guam Junior Golf Academy and the Guam Junior Golf League, both of those. And we, back in the 90s, probably had as many as 300 junior golfers playing, but that was at Nimitz Golf Course when they had a true venue where they could play and where they could practice. But I was one of the founders of both of those, and I've been an advocate for the junior golf community and now the senior golf community and golfers just as they are. The former superintendent of Leo Palace Resort and presently the superintendent of Anderson Air Force Base, Mr. Russell Young, who GICC had contracted on a temporary basis over numerous occasions to help them maintain the golf course, is in full support with me. He will be retiring from Anderson Air Force Base as the superintendent and is ready and willing to come on board to help us resurrect this golf course and make it a genuine golf course for the community. So I guess all I can really tell you is I've asked through Russell numerous times to try to meet with Yogi, but that never happened. Wouldn't meet with me. I'm prepared to sign an NDA agreement with them if they so desire, to allow us to have the information that we need to do the due diligence to find out exactly what kind of investment we would need to put that golf course back in shape. But Russell told me off the bat, he said at a minimum, at a low end, it's $500,000 in machinery just to get it up and running, and I have no idea about the condition of the facilities. But I can tell you that I'm absolutely certain that it's underutilized. It hasn't been maintained, and that's the reason it's not working. And there are a number of us in the business community that would love to see that golf course work for the people of Guam. So my first request for you is to please reject this proposal to turn this golf course into a solar farm. It would be a huge mistake in my view for all of the people of Guam. And then second, since I'm only getting it on hearsay, but I understand that they've been in arrears for years. And so I would believe that they're in violation of their lease. So I guess it could be terminated at any time, I'm not sure. But as I said, I'll sign an NDA agreement with them to get the information that we need to go in and find out how much capital we need to invest. We're taking a wild guess that it's at least a couple million just to get started. But myself and a number of other business members in this community are willing to give that a serious look and come back to you and tell you that we want to make this golf course functional for the people of Guam again, make it work, make it a professional resort, driving range, etc. Functional use of the facilities, all again for the people of Guam. And for me personally, specifically for the junior golfers, that I would love to have a place they could call home and make golf affordable for this community. And that's why I only found out yesterday from Senator St. Augustine that this bill was being proposed, because I've been trying for several months to meet with these folks. And it hadn't happened, and that's when I realized that I had to come here, even though it was on short notice. Senator Augustine did tell me over the phone yesterday that if all of you reject this solar proposal, he'd withdraw the bill immediately, because he would also prefer that GICC remain as a golf course for the people of Guam. So that's pretty much all I really had to say to all of you. I'm open to any questions you might have, but what I'm here for is to keep that golf course and make it work for the people of Guam.
You said junior, oh, go ahead first. Oh, Madam Chair. That you established the junior golf?
I was one of the founders of the Guam Junior Golf League and the Guam Junior Golf Academy, both of them. I go all the way back to with Gus Gogui and Bill Rages. And
So Lisa Stone's one of your...
Lisa Stone, yes. Alex Coe. We had a number, again, you know, when I think about Guam, I'm here 45 years. Both of my kids were born and raised here. They're Father Dueñas kids. And when I think about sports on Guam, golf is one of the few sports that our kids can play year-round. They don't have to be 6'5", 300 pounds to get a scholarship. And we had a number of kids get scholarships. Off the top of my head, I can tell you already that I know that Aaron Choi, Alex Coe, and my own son played professionally as a result of what we managed to do in junior golf and gain scholarships for these children. My son played on tour for 2.5 years. If you walk into the Phoenix Center at Father Dueñas and you turn left, the whole left corner of their trophy case is dedicated to my son. And that's not me, you know, just bragging about it. I'm just saying that these are the kind of things that could happen if, in fact, we had the facilities and made it affordable for these kids to do that.
I see.
And that's what I hope to accomplish.
And if the facility comes to its maximum conditions, the prices will still be the same in your projection?
Well, our position is that, I mean, as far as I'm concerned,
Yeah,
locals would have priorities over tee times, locals would have priority over rates. I'm not interested, I don't believe that we should resell this golf course or release it to a Japanese or a Korean company. I'd like to see this stay within the Guam hands. The local people that have been around and make this a true local public golf course for Guam. I would hate to see this lease get sold or transferred to an off-island corporation.
The juniors also get the same rate when they play? I mean, you know, the juniors are playing golf, same?
I can't speak to their rates today.
No, when you control it, when you manage it.
When I control it, I'd like to keep, again, I would like to make the rates as low as possible.
Oh, I see.
And again, right now, I also was the Guam National Golf Federation. I was on that board for years, and back in the early 90s when all the golf courses were being built, I regret that we didn't make part of their GITA requirements mandatory rates for juniors.
Okay.
That was never there. And I feel like that was one of the huge mistakes we made, because there really is no consideration for them. And let's face it, Guam is not exactly a cheap sport to play. And so to make it affordable would be a true goal.
And if GITA would have implemented that back then?
Well, if we'd have made it part of their GITA tax conditions, they would have had to be, but we didn't do that.
And they built the golf course now, it's already about 20 years.
Yeah, there hasn't been any golf courses built.
Yeah, but if the kids were gonna play now at Talfofu or
No,
Manila?
there is no junior rates.
No, they have to pay the regular, just about 150.
No, for local
Yeah.
rates are like
Oh.
50, about $50 to $60 for, and then there's twilight, you play late, and it's a reduced rate. I think the GICC rate, what are you guys charging now, like 29 or something dollars? I think they're charging 29, but
For the juniors, yeah.
well, I think for everybody, right? But they're charging that because nobody wants to play it because it's not maintained.
Okay, wow. And takes a lot of money to maintain, 1 million square meters or about.
It is, but you have to have the play on the golf course, you have to have people want to play there. But then you also have to make full use of the driving range, then you have to make full use of the facilities. I mean, there's very nice facilities there that are completely underutilized. And I don't know what kind of condition they're in now, but because I don't think they've been maintained like everything else. But all I'm suggesting is that there are a number of us in the business community that would like to take a serious due diligence look at what it's going to take to put that golf course back in condition to make the Guam golfing community want to play there, to give the juniors a play site and a training site, true training site, and just make it work for the people of Guam.
Yeah.
It's not working now. If it was working, they wouldn't be that much in arrears in their rent.
Well, just talking about the size, about 1 million square meter. In fact, we were just mentioning that earlier, that there's a lot, a property that's about the same size, but it's not a golf course. It's the Guam Raceway.
Similar argument of having a place for the people of Guam to go
Right,
to.
yeah, but you've got the topography. It's already been flattened out. So I'm just kind of thinking where, with the Manila golf course, so same size, 1 million square meter would fit a golf course, 18 holes.
Yeah, but it would be truly a serious
just-
expense to actually build. You already have a built golf course.
The grounds,
The
yeah.
GICC is already done, the expense is already there, most of the structure is already in place. It's just
Okay.
getting it back in shape so that people will want to come play it.
I was just thinking, to put a golf course on top of CHamoru. You're gonna have to put topsoil.
Yes.
Yeah. And then we got millions of square meters in Agat, Yamada, and Marisu. But I'm just thinking out of the box, with ocean view, or, but what you're saying, that the facilities there,
Or
the water.
The expense has already been done. It's actually a very, very nice layout.
I've never been there. I mean, I'm local, but I've never been in that golf
Yeah.
course.
I used to play there all the time, but gave up because they weren't maintaining it.
But we went to Global, right? That recycling right next door. We went there, and when we look behind that, we see a nice
Golf course, yeah.
Golf course.
Yeah.
But that's just my 5 cents, Mr. Shelley.
Well, I'd love to be able to work with him about either taking over the lease or, but there's a number of us in the business community that are willing to look. But again, I've got to be able to sit down with him. We've got to have the, what it would cost to put the facilities back in shape. That includes the building and the land and the golf course. It's a considerable amount of money, but we believe that it is a very worthwhile project, and we believe that it can succeed. And we would like the opportunity to do that. To turn that beautiful golf course into a solar farm, I'm sorry, but that would just be one of the saddest days in Guam that I've ever experienced in my 45 years here.
And to get the facilities and the grounds out to that level, maybe about $2 million.
We don't know where, Russell Young was the one that gave me that number. He said that he probably figured at a minimum, we were looking at a couple $1 million just to put it back in shape.
Okay.
We won't know until we get a chance to get in there and do our due diligence, but for the interim meeting, like Senator St. Augustine said, that if this commission rejects this proposed bill, he will withdraw it immediately from the legislature.
I see. The reason why I mention the global is that there's 9 water pumps, wells within that area. So what we discovered, he's a retired GPA, so what was that big metal transformer? They're assembling transformers. And I'm not sure what kind of liquid is in.
I'm familiar with the restrictions being on top of the water lines.
Yeah, but over at that global, we're saying, my goodness, we've got a golf course, a global, and then a housing area. So, like Commissioner Garrido was saying, we're basically, what's called that? What's that? This is our first or second year here. And then we have a former EPA attorney right over here.
Current.
Still?
Current, right?
She's a subject matter expert,
Wow.
so expert on, and then you see the map up there, you can see the mapping.
Yeah, but there's already a law that, lets this place be a golf course and,
I understand. I'm just thinking out of the box,
Yeah, it is public law that the land is designed as a golf course. And like I said, I'm just here to ask you to reject the proposal for a solar panel, and then hopefully either they want to get back into maintaining the golf course in the manner in which it should be maintained with the proper equipment and keep it the way it's supposed to be, or go ahead and let go of the lease and let's get someone else that can actually make it work and keep it in the type of professional course that it should be.
You guys willing to work together as co-partners or totally separate? I mean, just thinking out of the box. Because the benefit here is for the, like we say, for the juniors.
Mhm.
I think they haven't had any discussions yet.
Yeah.
No.
We're just brainstorming. So.
There's been none. At this point in time, I would probably say that's not a working solution.
To be
Yeah, but I'm not gonna rule anything out at this time.
Yeah.
Because my interest is genuinely just to get that golf course back
Yes.
in the kind of shape it should be in, so that they get the kind of reservations and revenue that they need to make it work.
Yeah.
And I believe it can be done, and I believe it can be done in a manner that works for this commission and works for the people running the golf course and owning the golf course.
And the monthly rental leases, you're okay with that?
I'm familiar with it. I'm sure that once we do our due diligence and look at the kind of investment that we have, I wouldn't rule out the fact that we would come back to you and say maybe the rent structure should be adjusted based on revenue. Maybe, because you could actually get more money, right, if you're paying a base rent plus,
Yeah.
right? I mean, there's nothing that we wouldn't look at as long as we can look at it and say it's feasible, the numbers work.
I see.
So they have a current, so not these guys, but the GICC, right, has a current lease for the golf course.
Yes.
And in that lease, it says they have to maintain it as a golf course. And there's a law that says that, you can lease to them for that purpose. So this new bill would kind of step in and say, never mind that lease, you can now, turn this into a solar farm. And so what he's saying is that he's here to ask you guys to not let that happen. To say, there was a reason that it was, that there's this law that lets it be a golf course, and to consider keeping.
I see. Well, I haven't really read all of the details on the bill, but I guess talking about lease, I think it's how many more years? 13 more years, or for the
I think
lease?
it was recently renewed.
I think it's about 13 or 14.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know what
I mean,
whether or not they're in compliance with the agreement. I don't believe they are.
I see.
Yeah.
But the board has authorized the payment plan, so currently they're in
I remember
compliance.
we're still on training wheels, yeah. We've been, he's a realtor, she's a banker, I'm a land agent before, but to be on the board and following this languages here, right? So, but anyway, Mr. Shelley, thank you so much, and I love Lisa.
Thank you. I hope you'll reject this proposal.
I don't like Lisa.
You don't like this one?
Tacoma.
Infinity.
You like Infinity?
I used to
Okay, that works too.
I used to
Thank
have
you
a
all
J-
for staying after. I know it's been a long day for
Yeah.
everybody, and
No, it's good, thank you
I
so much.
appreciate you taking the time, so I just hope you'll reject this bill. And maybe I can see you again with a proposal to make a nice course, a golf course, a really nice golf
We
course.
have a good attorney here, so she will.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, have a good day, sir.
Okay, take care.
All yours, sir.
Next time bring a dozen donuts. A dozen donuts. Okay, next.
Any more public comment?
Hello, my name is Yohei Koike, General Manager of Guam International Country Club. First of all, Mr. Shelley, thank you for your proposal. It's the first time I hear about it, and then I never heard you wanted to meet me. It's the first time I hear. And first of all, for the record, I would like to say that we are not in default. We still have the arrears, but we make arrangement with the board. Thank you to the commissioners that we are, our obligation is to pay the rest of the arrears by 2026 January. That was our promise. And by March, most of all the arrears we had was during the COVID time. There's a time that we were closed, 0 tourists, and we suffered financially. And arrears went up to $899,000. But now, within 7 months, we went down to less than $600,000. So we have been paying our monthly rent plus the arrears. And then we are planning to pay everything off as soon as possible before 2026 January. And I've been working for Guam International Country Club as a general manager for 12 years. And then I have been working as a golf course management over 12 golf courses. And the situation of Guam golf courses, we have 6 golf courses now. And then we all depend on tourism. For the population of Guam with the military residents, 6 golf course, actually 7 golf courses, including the Air Force golf course. And that's way too much for the number of the residents compared to the number of golf courses, and including the rate. Most of the golf courses, depending on the tourists, even though we are a municipal golf course, we also depending on the tourists as well. 50% of our revenue comes from the tourists, and then 50% is from the local market. And the expense of the golf course is huge. And because this is the tropical weather island, you need to mow the grass every day. And the machineries, fuels, the maintenance crew, fertilizers, chemicals, herbicides, it all adds up. It will cost more than $1 million for the expenditure just to run a golf course, just to open the golf course. And Mr. Shelley brought up about the fixture of the golf course, $2 million to fix our golf course. There's no way we can fix our golf course with $2 million. Because, as he said, indicated, Mr. Russell, who took our golf course maintenance couple months for us, technically, I mean, he couldn't fix it because we don't have enough machineries, we don't have enough chemicals, and then in order to, in the most important is the water. The water is the most important factor to maintain a golf course because we need a lot of water to water the greens and fairways, tee ground. We need a lot of waters. Our liners of lake is totally broken. To fix the liners of the lake, it will cost more than $2 million. Our irrigation system is broken. Our 2 pumps are broken. We're manually watering the greens right now, over more than 2 years now. To fix the 2 pumps and the irrigation system going through all around the courses will cost more than $2 million. And then because of the Typhoon Maywar, our clubhouse is pretty much damaged. And we have a lot of water leaks. And to fix the clubhouse will cost another $1 million. If you want to open the restaurant, you need another probably $500,000 for all the equipments in the restaurants. So in order to fix the golf course in a decent shape, maybe they have the fund. They can probably get $6 million in fund, but how about the expenditure, every year expenditure, without the tourism? Tourism in 10 years ago, in 2012, we had 1.2 million tourists. Right now, 2022, $200,000 tourists. That's a significant drop. And the Japanese, mainly it was Japanese tourists who was playing golf, but nowadays with the number of declining of Japanese tourists significantly, there's no way that we can sustain a golf course business right now. If they come back, maybe, but 5 other golf courses are also suffering for financially. So, I mean, I understand Mr. Shelley's idea and plans. Me too. I love my golf course. The layout is nice. As Mr. Shelley said, but reality-wise, if you want to run a golf course business and pay to make an obligation to CHamoru Land Trust to pay our rent, it is very difficult, I can say. I mean, maybe they have a magic to do this right way, but for me, this, as I said, 50% or more. Other golf courses, more than 70% have to depend on the tourism market because they charge almost 3 times more than the local price. Or us, we charge $190 for the tourist, but we only charge less than $30 for the local. And just maintaining the golf cart, the battery is expensive, tires pops every day. It's very, the cost is so much high, and then yeah, that's my comment towards the Mr. Shelley's speech. Yes, thank you.
Well, if I can add, thank you very much for the last several meetings. Yes, I've been an advocate on diversifying the use of the property to solar panels. Now, before we did all that, the key word is due diligence. We did our due diligence also. Like I mentioned in our past presentation, to make it financially feasible, first of all, who's the benefactor? that we keep mentioning the people of Guam. Well, on the solar panel approach, it will be defined as a utility scale approach. So the benefactor would be the people of Guam, benefiting less the fossil fuels. We've seen the proven fact from the Dun field and the Marble field. So that's why when we looked at this, when we had a little bumpy ride in the financial situation, when we met with you guys here, it was the creative minds here that said, what can we do to diversify? Do we do a farm plan? Do a housing project? Or do we do something that minimizes any environmental impact? Well, we looked at those three categories and we realized that we strategically saw we were close to the grid, as I mentioned. We realized, as we stated, we got the infrastructure that was already built by the golf course ownership. That's already clear, so we can see the topography and see what we can yield in regards to the megawatts that can be built. And at the end of the day, we are not impacting the community on developing, because I'm in the housing business, developing hundreds of houses there to cause traffic and chaos, which we've got other lands elsewhere in CHamoru Land Trust that we plan to develop for housing. That is Institute, like Conjigo, or Mangan Agate and all that kind of places that needs the financial resources. At the end of the day, you look at the mission of CHamoru Land Trust on its the keyword commercial. I see the process through your looking at your other properties and the best use of the property so you can generate the cash flow. We're trying to find a diversified way to get the cash flow so it's sustainable, so that you guys can have the cash flow as a commission to meet your goals and mission to fulfill housing opportunity or development for other properties for the people that have been waiting since 1995. I keep hearing 1995. Today we're 2023. And you guys got all the land base. Remember, Guam is 1/3 federal, 1/3 government, 1/3 private. And you guys are the 1/3 government. A lot of the lands don't have the infrastructure, so you guys can't increase the density to help these families. But then we're short with cash flow. You guys gotta be creative in how you get your cash flow. We're trying to be creative in how to sustain the cash flow. And if you look at the solar panel approach, we're looking at our net present value of prepaying the lease in advance. And a lot of you guys ask, well, how do you make this attractive? Well, knock on wood, fortunately, in 2022, Congress passed called the Inflation Reduction Act that provide a 50% tax credit for these type of utility scale investment. That wasn't available, but now that's available so it can be competitive. And when you're competitive, hopefully then, at that point, we don't know yet if GPA is gonna buy this power or not, right? So that's why we're preparing, just like getting any type of zoning for any type of development, getting it ready just in case we're doing it. So we're doing all our due diligence, like everybody, you use your due diligence, the highest and best use. In this particular case, the bills that come before you was a two-part bill. One bill is to convert the golf course to a solar farm. And the attorney's right. The law says it's for a golf course. But you need legislative approval if you're gonna make any amendment or change. And this is where we're going through the proper, transparent process to the legislature. If that happens, you guys would choose your MIA to get it appraised, do your net present value, and the range entered from 7 to 9 million. At that time, I used a 4% rate of return. By coincidence, I did not know Mr. Birch is going to be your acting director. By coincidence, he mentioned today that through their Ancestral Lands Commission investment, they're getting a 5 to 8% return. I only use a 4% model when I presented this to you guys. That's just to sustain the same rent that you're getting, that we're paying. But if they got through the Ancestral Land the 8%, you'll be doubling the rent on what you're getting presently in the cash flow, which then will help your other missions and goals on developing your other piece of property or your other to-do list that you guys need to do for many years. Now, why do we have the endowment fund? Now, this is important. Why these two bills are tied together. From the net present value of the paid rent, it'll go to the endowment fund where it's blocked and touched only by the commission members, not by the governor or the legislature. And that's $7 or $9 million, whatever that number the priest come to, stays in the number, stays there, and gets reinvested through the vehicle that you guys choose with your advice through Gita or whoever your financial advisor. And like I said, I'm glad that Social Land has a case study and their investment returns are 5 to 8%. And then you guys can do your own numbers from that point. And that'll be sustainable. But here's the beauty, after 30 years, you have the infrastructure in place. Then it continues, you guys can roll over, because the panels can be changed and redo the same solar program all over again. On your straight line rent, it ends after 30 years, you're back to zero. Then you just go back out and put a market bid. So you just gotta weigh out the way. I do, I feel for the golfers and all that, but it's different if we didn't have any other golf courses in Guam. There's 5 to 7 golf courses. And maybe what we can offer, I'm glad you mentioned some key tricks, it's never too late. We can offer a QC for these golf courses to apply, because they're gonna need some help to stabilize their cash flow too. To say, if you have your local rate for the junior golf, we'll apply a QC for your qualifying certificate.
Can I interrupt?
Yeah, I had a question, and I guess my question is if GICC didn't want to continue to maintain a golf course, why wouldn't you guys just decide, like terminate the lease and decide what you wanted to do with the property, like use it for residential or put it out for a bid? Why would you just convert this lease to something? I'm just posing that question.
What was the question again?
So if you didn't want to, so they have a lease for a golf course, right? If they didn't want to continue it as a golf course, why wouldn't you then, terminate the lease? And then put the property out for a bid or use it for residential, whatever that the commission would determine. Why would you want to just convert their existing lease to something different instead of putting it out?
But there's a law about having it a golf course.
Right, but I'm just saying that if they didn't want to continue that would.
We did.
The GICC.
Who's they?
The lease, the lessee, if they didn't want to continue to maintain
Then
it as a golf course.
They would have to.
Because what they're asking
end
is to convert it, but what I'm saying is, why would the commission, I'm just posing the question, why would you want to?
For due respect, Attorney Finney, we got 15 other minds that's gonna make that final decision, a policy decision. They
Sure.
can still vote it down. If they vote it down, we can still maintain our 14-year lease.
So I'm just asking, I'm just
Oh, yeah, no
posing that to the commission to why would you support converting that rather than, if they didn't want to maintain it as a golf course, then rather than just saying, okay, you guys wanna convert it to something else, okay, why wouldn't you just put it out for a bid?
We did not agree to convert it to a solar farm. The discussions we had was initially, okay, they came to us and they gave us their proposal to convert it to a solar farm. And they were aware that we could not do it here, they would have to go before the legislature to get approval to amend their existing footprint for the activities that are allowed by it. The reason why they were allowed to do so is because the previous board gave them an extension to pay down their debt.
Right, so I'm just posing that question because you guys will consider, right, whether or not you support this bill or not, and what I'm saying is that if the current lessee didn't want to continue this property, to operate it as a golf course, there are other things that the commission might consider, including, you know, putting it out for a bid and maybe,
For
you
a
know,
golf course.
yeah, you put it out as an RFP, maybe somebody else wants to bid on that. So just, you know, I'm just
No problem.
posing that, I mean, they do have the current lease and all that, but, just, you know, so the legislature had introduced this bill, and, you know, you're right, they, you know,
At their,
they can
at
decide
their
on it.
request.
But not at your request.
Yeah.
Right, but you guys would consider whether or not you're, you know, you
We're
support the
we're
bill or
bound
not
to an
support.
agreement with them because we allowed them, the previous board allowed them, gave them
Drawn option.
Right.
gave them the ability to pay down their arrears over time.
Yes, but considering that they were continuing to operate, a municipal golf course.
Yes.
Right. So I just
So
just
any
wanted to-
changes that are made to
close
that
that.
current agreement,
Right.
they've been at the forefront for that before the legislature, because only the legislature can make that change.
Right, but they
Now,
would also
I don't know,
look
I
to you
don't know
guys
if they're
to,
asking to change the entire composition of the agreement they have to wipe out the golf course, but they just mentioned that if they don't win the bid, then they will continue on as a golf course. But there's still that agreement between CLTC and the golf course, giving them a grace period to pay off their debt.
right, but I'm just saying that there are other things that the commission could consider, you know, or, you know, that you might support, or, I mean, it's,
But would that be in violation of our agreement with them to pay back their debt?
well,
It's just a
I'm just,
brainstorm.
I'm just pointing out that if they didn't want to continue to operate a golf course, there are other things that you could do. Yes, you gave them an extension to pay off the debt, but that was considering that they were going to continue their lease obligations. And right now, that includes maintaining that property as a golf course. So I'm just pointing that out.
You may recall the last meeting we had, the former administrative director recommended that it would be converted to subdivision, planned unit development.
Well, again,
You know, it was just
right,
a
and I
brainstorm.
think she was suggesting that to say, again, if it wasn't maintained as a golf course.
Yeah.
Because that's the reason, that's the whole purpose for their lease is, I mean, you know, it's to, you know, they are paying money to the commission, but it's not just for them to pay money to the commission however they want to, it's for them to be maintaining a golf course. So I'm just, and that's what the current state of the law is, and I understand they're trying to change that. But the only reason that they're there on that property is because of that.
When we voted, the beginning of summer, I think it was, right, Joseph? When they first came in before us, this board.
I think so.
Yes.
Right after Mawar.
We had discussed what was on the table, which is their arrears. The former administrator very strongly recommended that we evict them.
Based on
Based on their arrears,
arrears.
okay? Not based on what they're doing there. It was based on their arrears. But the previous board went into a promissory agreement with the golf course to pay up that arrears, and they had an agreement in place to the prior board and to the prior administrator. I don't see how we could just void that agreement.
No, that's not what I mean. What I mean is if they don't want to continue under their lease.
Well, we never say we don't want to continue, discontinue. We want to continue if it is a golf course. But if it is a solar, we just want to try.
Sustain the cash flow.
Yes, and then to serve the community. And then, so if the legislature doesn't pass, we will continue as a golf course. Maybe we will talk with Mr. Shelley. I don't know. You know, we just want to make this opportunity if it is possible, because I think this is the opportunity to make solar is, one, is good for the environment, because if we're going to renovate the golf course, we're going to use a lot of chemicals, fertilizers, in order to make our greens, fairways, tees. Now it's a natural grass. Is we don't use any chemicals on the fairways, tees, only on the greens. We rarely use we never use the chemicals that we are not allowed to use. Yes, but if we're going to renovate to the next level golf course, like Mangila golf course, we need to use a lot of chemicals and fertilizers. Without using fertilizers and chemicals, you cannot make it to the decent golf course. And solar you don't need. And as Mr. Akamacho said, this endowment fund will benefit the community, and the interest rate you are going to receive will be almost 3 times more than getting our rent. So yes, I think that I would like to emphasize it.
I would like to visit the facility.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, we can make an arrangement.
Sure.
We're trying to head over there. We finished Global, and we wanted to kind of transition next door.
Even though we're not in the good shape, but it's still a playable golf course.
I'd like to see the 9 water wells.
Yes.
That's my, that's my.
Well, I don't understand. Why is it we've been having build-ups of what do you call that, solar farms, and our power has gone up? I don't understand that. I really don't understand it. I mean, I'm suffering from paying my bill.
It takes time. It takes time in this job.
How? Come, Carlos, you should know.
Another go next.
It's okay for me to comment?
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, are you finished? We're still on public comment, so.
Can we give opportunity for the others?
Ready? Thank you very much.
And please make a schedule, we can, and let us know when we can come. Or at least once, more than once. And give you a baseball bat.
I can show you my WhatsApp.
No,
She never calls
Hey,
me.
let me know when
It's like 4 months, at least. I was trying to meet with you.
Introduction.
Buenas todos amigos si Ron Laguanya
I find that so difficult.
unuk ne ya chef ma proponi ne za le kuna imana la gonya tauto po sustenia ya kilonya so nai witsons para establisha kita toro ina juda iman tauta ICOTC na aplikantisia sa songana na ada pembeli turista za gini netzu na akan antitini menega kerek di para steni na itu na bisnesnya ne lo atana togo mama put mo na I turista pues ha proponi na mana wahana stisol sa poena juda I mantauta za uno estaba planunia ni para esta dulu ma keke na molik sia lo kanan timonana hunge lo andin pronai chansa lo tipo deste na pata gagi na tafanada kau gini lo legislatura utumu para orden terminas di lo mangkakawa itauto cosinyo na chansa para u sagi umat sa talo ju I akiletnya di debinya ne sigun ni planunya jadi pofan establisha solar panel Lo edun sasanga magai prewa na sota usangangannya John Benedetti. Podesti solar panel talili lo timana tu bebet sahe ne. Lo edzigu lenya na gi mamela na tempo. Edzigi na dulu gi sampai na tumunuk sampai ikan dit lo magai fio kopla. Lo esti puntokku na usupoti petanai chansa esti prohim. Posustenya i kiletnya zonagi chansa po famatina salapi. Koseki edzune salapi o ina juda imana pikanti para calan sagal taki jan hanum jan todo ju sa estane baba mona i golf ne sa tana talu ju i po fangasta mas beke po fangasta po regla talu ju ja ko fan matu talu todi turista kita tunggu lo ja tanam nai sansai tato ja jawa aja na poni sa matu gatu serpisti ki legislatura lo como un bendisi di alo you know bonito na idea masya na resolution na no alo va bonito i planunya malah zata daga huzon ki publiko edza mangagogo bendison gini namso jauh support ki na idea sa malingnya tu kini po lalalaya gui tataja pesangi pada mababa di talu na ibu na golf course siga talu di veneno na gui Edzigi haga so disapprenta sti golf course ginotti na banda sa i matutumi papa ne to di binenu ja enna mampus loki mege golf course ja jao na tatali magai di i preniponinia ne ja lekuna i legislatura lamo lo nai di ne no na anemu i prohimu istisha ja o tanai ni palabras dia sa mandidibi lo esta mas pipian penyo po famana pasi. Edza za atan mona na poro famana sisibi esti na komisyon kepli para ina juda matauta ni manat saguma mangaya salapi para i handom para pa infrastructure ne sinya talo ne. Lo edza nagagi gini sa hungu ulia talo i life ni poni. Jakalan na tanai chansa edza o gogo tababa ina sota tanai nezu na oportunidad ja i pubblico ni termina edzigi sa legislatura ultimo nesti ti para umbandaha talo ne patawu lo mangogo estisia i mantotota nai nezu support ti kumusinya ne kumu mangunfort mi hamzu edza gina ninya estisia ja edza kalan mauli ne idea para ko tatat sagi ne you know nai option ne tongi resolution alo tat kumu tagini para mapapoponi uno para solpano pa otro para afa goma sa legmo ne sa zonusta pat hafa na plano alo estigi man in baba i oportunidad mami ja entada go gat ki hamju i legislatura hamzu pahu lo daga huzung ki publiko ja imbindibisi estisya di masasangan todo lo hamzu determina ena edza lo gaigu gini pabe supporti sa tatolalakan tanane buhe nasu pesu supportisti unisati nuebi disisiati edza kontok tanai tansa tali tanai lugar just mas
I can now make one additional comment. I don't know if he spoke in favor of or against keeping it as a municipal course.
Which side you're standing on?
I hope he spoke in favor of the golf course. I just want to make one comments to Yohi's comments. What he says about tourism is absolutely true. And I understand why, that the golf course suffered. The difference that I want to make and hope that all of you understand is the Guam Municipal Golf Course was never built for tourism. It was built to support Guam golfers, Guam junior golfers, Guam senior golfers, the Guam community. Now, with no tourism here now, CCP, you mentioned CCP in your conversation, even though I don't speak tomorrow, I probably should, it's been here long enough. CCP now, you can't get a reservation. If if you don't book several weeks in advance. Now, they're not based on tourism. They're based on getting local golfers to play because that is the single nicest golf course to play now. And so what I can say is that when tourism recovers, which is supposed to be back in recovery next year, the local golfers will be right back to where they were before. As a member of the Guam Senior Golf Association, as a group, we can't get a tee time at Manilao or at Telefofo or at one of those golf courses because they're full with people that'll pay $190 rather than, you know, the $50 or $60 to play the local rate. So those golf courses get traffic now because the tourists aren't here. But when the tourists come back, who gets kicked out? Us. The guys paying the $60 rate, not the guys paying the $180 or $200 rate.
That's not true.
So it is true.
That's true.
So I would say to you that this golf course was built as a municipal golf course to support the local people of Guam. And I would ask you to understand that other golf courses being built for tourism should have nothing to do with keeping the Guam Municipal Golf Course a public golf course for the people of Guam.
Good information.
Sorry.
Huh? On the local golfers currently, we were mentioning that the other golf courses that I believe there's 6, and there's one.
Oh, well, there's Leo Palace, Manila, Telefofo, CCP.
Okay.
And Anderson, you gotta have privileges to get on that golf course,
So
so
there's
you
4?
exclude that one.
Yeah, you forgot starts.
Oh, sorry, Starks.
Also there's 5, and then 6 with the municipal. And right now the booking you mentioned, sir, is kind of booked for throughout the week.
Well, when tourism is here.
Oh, when tourism
is here, the locals have a
Understand.
problem because the tourists are gonna get the priority for tee times.
I see, on the other 5.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, and, you know, for me, I actually made a recommendation to the people negotiating with the bases that they take the $6 billion that Japan offered to buy Starks, because I understand it's for sale. And I said, what better golf course to have a golf course for your military, since you close Nimitz right across the street. But those additional military people are also coming that are gonna be additional golfers that wanna play.
And the 6 billion you were mentioning was to build camp.
Well, it was, yeah, there was money that could be used in any manner, and I spoke to a number of them, and I said, you know, you should probably make this pitch, but I understand it's in escrow, Starks Golf Course?
I don't know, I was just.
My understanding is it's in escrow with Koreans buying it.
So it's up for sale.
Why they're in sale? Because they're not making money. Most of them are not making money. Yes, he's right, CCP is yes.
I want to do my research and know if we have 5 or 6. And I am concerned the local golfers, you know, and if the rate is just $60 over 190.
Who's gonna get the reservation, right? Makes sense.
Yeah. So, you know, as I mentioned, I like to visit the course. And then, of course, I invite our members.
And I also did say, when I said we had to do our due diligence, I said at a minimum, we were looking at a couple million. I didn't say it was gonna take a couple million to make it work. We
Yeah.
need to get in there and see it
Yes.
and get an opinion on everything
Yeah.
before I could come back to you and say, here's what we can do and here's how we expect to do it.
And just in my case, I really like to go in and see, because I've seen it, you know, through the air. And I like to walk the property, and because I know we counted about 7 or 8 water wells.
Whether they do it or I do it with additional business community members, all I want to see is that golf course restored to its previous condition so that all of us want to play there. And we want to support that golf course. They told us, the Guam Senior Golf Association, not to come.
What? That's not true.
That is true. That's 100% true. They were told, don't book your tee time because the courses are not good condition. I promise you, that is 100% true.
Yeah, we tell the truth. We tell the truth that, you know.
What's the profile of the senior golfers on island? You know, with a population of 160. the Senior Golf Association, for example, maybe about 300.
Was, when we had it functioning and we had Nimitz Golf Course,
Okay.
which was basically the public golf course, if you will. When Nimitz, the Navy Golf Course, before they closed it,
In Bargaon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's closed now?
that was the home.
It's closed.
That was basically Guam's public golf course, and that's the whole reason Gus Gogi came to this organization to build
That,
the municipal golf course, because
okay.
the Guam public truly didn't have one.
And then we're building up the junior, the.
I'd love to build it back up.
Yeah. And that will start from middle school, high school,
Yes,
right?
sure, as young as 6 years old, depending on their maturity at that level.
Well, this is very healthy, having competition, you know, like what we see today, it is very healthy, it's very productive, so we can hear all the alternative and,
Best use.
Anything we can do to keep kids occupied, and golf is a year-round something they can do, and something we should be working to make it affordable for them.
yes. And of course, you may understand what our challenges are, is the infrastructure. We haven't built a home development in the land trust yet, but we're working. You know, we got about maybe 11,000 acres of property, and that's why I was kind of inviting you to the beautiful south.
First off,
But you know, this is always in talk.
Madam Chair.
Sorry.
It's time to go home.
But no, this is very welcome.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yes, thank you for staying. I know you're a busy man, so.
She's registered.
It's okay, this is worth it.
Thank you.
Can I leave the bring back to 8:30? I love that house.
No,
I love
but
the design of that.
we have a lot of other nice ones to choose from.
So,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
someone want to make a motion?
Oh,
To adjourn, short para consideration.
We finished public comments, no legal counsel discussion. There's no legal counsel discussion or action. Anyone have any announcements? No?
Not for now.
We all, would you guys agree that the next meeting is Thursday, November 16 at 1 p.m.?
Yeah.
I thought we were gonna have a working meeting for members, a couple of the constituents. That we were.
For the raceway?
No,
Of the
loan guarantee. The loan guarantee.
Yeah, remember, so there's still like 7, we had how many more?
3 or 4.
We haven't done all the 27.
15, there's 15 more.
There's 15 more, so for the 15, I guess we have to,
They have to be ready.
to do a preliminary succession meeting. I mean, because I understand the timeline, and we also understand the urgency for the other 15 to get their construction going with their homes.
I think we should give them at least a couple of weeks to work on the next.
Yes, I understand. And I understand also the urgency for the families to start.
Yeah, but
Can
2
we-
weeks, because it takes time for them to get through all those.
Yeah, I was just,
Do you have a proposed, like a special meeting date, just so we can consult with Director Birch? We also have to
okay, yeah,
consult with.
that's one, and plus how many files can we kind of process? Not pushing the team, but just
So,
pre-planning.
there's
because I know
15 that haven't been presented yet.
There's 15.
That's on the list. We anticipate a little bit more coming in. But
So with the 15?
if you guys want to come up with a tentative date, if you guys are insisting on having a special meeting.
The special meeting, do you need enough time to take care of all that 17?
The,
We're gonna need
The
some
foyer.
time.
5 days, no?
And then to meet the
The
requirements,
5 day.
again,
Yeah, remember what you have to do?
Yes, same, because right now it's Thursday, right, so we advertise, I mean, based on how many values are kinda,
done already.
Yeah.
yeah, you may, go ahead, Joanne.
The last one.
Last four?
No, but the whole list. We're talking about the whole list.
What we do, still just need to go and, visit their property and.
That's what I'm saying. Would 10 days do it?
Because remember, these are typhoon victims that,
Yeah.
you know, that.
Displaced, no?
Yeah. That's why we've been having three succession meetings,
Well, a lot of the discussions we had today, a lot of those people that we had oversight on today are living under tarps.
Correct, yeah. So
And
you're right.
I sympathize with their situation, so whatever you guys can pump out, we're willing to put our time up to hear those.
Maybe November 2nd? Would November 2nd be?
Yeah, based on your.
Oh, yeah.
Holiday
Sorry,
too.
sorry.
You don't have to come up with 15, whatever you guys can process.
Yeah, because you know, the sooner we get
You know,
this.
We want to help them
constituents-
as soon as we can, and at the earliest
Yeah.
time possible.
Maybe November 1st?
I mean, you know, like, again, like next week, if we do the media.
5 day.
Advertisement on,
We won't
Thursday,
meet the,
Friday,
5 day.
Saturday.
if we,
How about October 30th? Do you meet the requirements?
October 30th?
Right, yeah.
Nga nun siya, ano, 5
21.
working days
we
na.
have, we have to get it out by the 23rd.
Okay, if you do
But-
23rd.
Do you have enough?
Monday,
time?
Christmas Monday.
Just for full disclosure, because we had 2 meetings already in
Yeah.
October, the board cannot be paid more than $100 in stipends, so that's only
Well,
2 meetings.
I
So the third meeting will
understand that,
be-
and I'm willing to go past,
Yeah, same.
Okay.
because these people's living
Pro bono.
conditions
Yeah, you know, these
So
are
the 30th?
people with no homes.
Yeah.
I'm good. with-
We're for free now.
Okay,
Yeah, this is
so we
all-
have it within the month of October, the 30th,
Please, yeah.
or,
No, even if we have 5 or.
Yeah, yeah. Even if it's just 5 cases for us to hear that day.
okay. So how about?
Because right now it's Thursday, right? If we advertise on the 23rd, you're saying, right, Joey? If we
We
do
might
the-
meet the 30th.
If we do the media on the 23rd, 1, 2, 3, 4, right, 30th or 31st? Monday, Tuesday? Your call.
Next time I will not.
You know, let Director Birch.
So you guys are deciding on the 30th or 31st?
Whichever you can work with.
The 31st will be good for
Not
me.
Halloween.
So Tuesday,
The first then.
okay, if we can,
The 30th?
31st, I'm open. Madam Chair.
The 30th is fine?
You don't want to be on the street at 31?
Okay. The 30th. So 30th?
Okay,
Yes.
30. We're good at 30? Okay. 30?
I,
Because we need,
I can't confirm that, but I can, be here if it's possible.
Okay, even Zoom, we're,
Understood. What time?
They're doing great.
1 or 2?
one.
No.
Yeah, CCG.
We'll let Mr. Birch know.
Okay, got it. Now, do we have to make a motion on the presentation that was done?
So, we just take a look at it.
Yeah.
No, that just fill over public comment.
That was public comment.
So, just for clarification, the special meeting is just for the loan guarantee, the
Yes.
the old business.
Like, a special
Yeah.
meeting, one item on the agenda.
Okay, so,
Okay.
okay, so we're good on the 30. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Over, so I make a motion
Okay,
to
motion
adjourn.
to adjourn and to have it on, special meeting on October 30th.
Thank you to the
You
team.
heard that, right? They
Team,
release the liability of being paid for the third meeting.
Right on, yeah, Malik.
It's a lot of work.
Malik been in me. Right on, my
And
brothers.
thank you, Attorney Fee.
Right on, land agents. On Malik, man. They just must. Malik, good job, Joey.